croeso, welcome, we're about to start. If you'd like to make yourselves comfortable. Gosh, I was just saying I'm at that age where if I have my glasses on I can't see anyone in the room. If I have them off I can't see what's in front of me, so you'll have to bear with me today. Thank you very much for joining us today. My name's Meese, which is like cheese with an M, no H. I'm quite easy to find and spot, so if you've got any questions, if you want me to raise any issues today, please do tap me on the shoulder.
Sorry, we haven't got Palantine going. Can you just wait 2 minutes?
Of course, yeah. That's okay, we're just waiting for the Palantine-bists.
Oh, excuse me, while we're waiting, can I just do a quick test of the translation equipment?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name's Stefan, I'm a simultaneous interpreter. We're welcoming contributions in English and in Welsh, and as you can see, I'm covered in spaghetti. What I'm going to do, I've been going furtively round every table to check that the translation equipment is working, and I've just got to the end. I have this table left, and just these two good people here. So what I'm going to do now, first of all, I'll explain. Anyone who doesn't understand Welsh, fear not, you'll hear my dulcet tones coming through headsets. And if you're very good, I'll give you the shipping forecast later as well. So, what I wanted to do is ask, firstly, would you two like spare headsets? So, chi'n deall Cymraeg? Because if not, I've got some spares here. Would you like a headset? You sure? Okay. This table here, I just want to check that it's working. And everybody else join in as well. So what I want you to do, first of all, you switch your headsets on with the on button on the side, and then put these in your ears, and then you should be able to hear me. So do that now. Can you give me a thumbs up? Just participation. See if you can.
Have we got a loop system?
Wonderful. Excellent. Now, sir, yes.
You got the loop system on because I'm already using hearing aids.
Ah, right. I don't know about a loop system or anything.
Well, they normally have them as part of the translation.
No, I'm afraid they're not. Yeah, okay. If there's real trouble, I can come and sit next to you if that's well, the volume, yeah. You can adjust the volume by pressing these cursor keys, left or right. 9 is the highest volume. So you should be on channel 1, volume 9, if you need a lot of volume.
Yeah, well, I'm okay. It's just for the translation, but I'll just watch the English.
Okay, so can we establish now that the translation is actually working? Right, any problems, let me know. And of course, as you can see, I can walk and talk at the same time. So I can come to you if there are any issues. Do let me know, okay? Ladies, there's some translation headsets there for you if you need them. I think that's everything. Thanks a lot for your cooperation. Oh, one thing, can I ask you a favour? At the end of the day, if you can, that is, when you finish with your headsets, the last time somebody left me the headsets, it spent 5 hours untangling the mess. They put all the cords together. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you just tie them up at the end, like this? That would save me a lot of heartache and many tears, and will retain some of the hair that I still have left. So, please, could you do that for me? It'll take you seconds, it'll take me a lifetime. So, Thank you very much. Thanks. And now, that's the end of the warm-up act. Back to the main event. Thank you.
Diolch, Steffan. Thank you. Are we good to go? Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much for joining us. Croeso i'r gynhadledd heddi. As I said, my name's Emma Meese, which is like cheese with an M. And I am fortunate enough to have had 30 years experience working in journalism. So I'm really, really interested in today's conference, and I'm honoured and delighted that I've been asked to chair today, so thank you very much. I'm going to keep this really brief because we are running over already a little bit, and we've got such a jam-packed schedule for you. We want to make sure that we can fit in as much as possible. So I've got some housekeeping to do to start with. So I would just like to say that we've got translators here today. So we've got Welsh, English translators, we've got BSL, and we've got the Pale and Typists here as well. So you should be able to find that everything's accessible. I'd like to welcome everybody online as well. I've been reliably told that this is one of the largest conferences that Disability Wales has had for a number of years. I think we have almost 100 people joining online and over 100 in the room. So I think that is absolutely fantastic. And this is where conversation not only starts, but where action happens as well. So I think the onus is on you guys who are joining in today, online and in the room, to make sure that if you've got any topics, any subjects, anything that you want us to know about, to learn about, then please do let us know. It was lovely on the way in when somebody was at the registration desk and they were being told that there's a quiet room, which is in room 5, I do believe. I said my glasses would be on and off, didn't I? Box 5. So feedback from the last conference was that some people would appreciate some quiet space. So that's been provided at this year's conference. So if you go to box 5, there's a quiet space there should anybody want to get away from the hustle and bustle of the conference. We also have 10 stall holders. So please make sure that you take the time throughout the day to visit them. There's some really valuable information there that will aid and assist and inform you. So, and I know everybody on the stalls are waiting to speak to you. So we've got 2 breaks today. We've got a break at 11 o'clock and then we have lunch at 1. So break, teas and coffees will be served to the table. So you don't need to worry about getting up and moving. We will deliver sustenance to you. And then, so just some basic housekeeping. So there's no alarm scheduled today. So if an alarm does go off, the Disability Wales team and I will guide you safely out of the building, to the nearest exit and out of the building. Can you please, we're welcome to have your mobile phones on, and we encourage you to be sharing content on social media today. The hashtag is hashtag DWConf23. So that's hashtag DWConf23, but please can you keep your mobile phones on silent, because otherwise it will disrupt throughout the day. So we're going to have opportunities for you. We've got people with roving mics who will be coming around the room during the talks afterwards. We have to be strict on time. So if any of you go off topic, I will be closing you down, but I will not be saying what you have to say is not valid. We will have a parking sheet. So we will park that, we will take it, we'll park it, and we will revisit it. So what you have to say is valid, is important, but at the time of the Q&As, if it's slightly off topic, we will be asking you to park that topic so that we can fit in as much as we possibly can today. I think that's it from me. So all that's left to do is the pleasure and the honour of introducing Rhian Davies, who is the Chief Executive of Disability Wales.
Well, pawb, good morning everyone. So wonderful to see all our members here in the room, and also big welcome to everybody joining us online. We're thrilled with the response, and I think it shows how important this and significant this topic is to everybody. So looking forward to a great day, and many thanks to our fantastic chair. So, as many of you know, Disability Wales is the National Association of Disabled People's Organisations. Great to see so many of our DPO full members in the room, striving for the rights and equality of all disabled people. And our core role is to serve our members to government with the aim of informing and influencing policy. So for us, the media is a really important and vital way in which we convey our message and raise awareness of the many policy issues that we work on behalf of our members. So, so for this reason, this is a really important topic for DW. As many people will know, the historic representations of disabled people over centuries, really, whether that's in literature, in theatre, in film, have often perceived and portrayed disabled people as either tragic and helpless, or tragic and brave. So if we think of characters such as Tiny Tim in Scrooge, we think of Little Clara in Heidi. These are classic examples of the tragic and helpless of trope or stereotype. If we look at film, the story of Douglas Bader, the World War II wartime pilot who'd lost both his legs. In the film of his life, Reach for the Skies, again, we've got an example there of the tragic and brave model of a disabled person. But there's also another stereotype where disabled people are often characterised as personifying evil. So we think about Shakespeare's Richard III or Captain Hook in Peter Pan, as well as any number of villains in James Bond stories. These portrayals become deeply ingrained in society and reflected often in the media. But of course, new stereotypes have been added to the catalogue. The vulnerable victim, the benefits grounger, the Paralympic superhero. So these tropes and stereotypes turn people into objects of pity or derision, or as inspirational porn for a wider society. They rob people individually and collectively of any agency or control over their lives, and also, and most fundamentally, overlook the barriers placed in their way in the education system, workplace or community. However, the growth of the disabled people's movement and campaign for civil rights legislation in the 80s and 90s presented a real challenge to society and especially the media. Here we have examples of disabled people demanding rights, not charity, organising lobbies of Parliament, and even taking direct action, such as handcuffing themselves to double-decker buses. This was, this had great shock value in the society of the time, because disabled people were supposed to be grateful, supposed to accept our lot, and very much the story in the media was often one of how any legislation would place too much of a burden on business and the public purse. However, the campaigning role of disabled people's organisations around the UK did shift perceptions, and in the wake of the Disability Discrimination Act and subsequent legislation now called the Equality Act, not only have disabled people been more visible in society generally, but representation in the media has improved. Previously, disability issues were often confined to specialist programmes. How many of us remember the programme Does He Take Sugar on Radio 4? But now, disability issues are much more likely to be taken up in mainstream programmes. A number of media organisations have set up disability units and run diversity training programmes to reach out to talent from a wide range of backgrounds, including amongst disabled people. And then, of course, in 2012, we had the London Paralympics effect. Suddenly, disabled athletes became household names and crossed over into popular culture and pop up on presenting or participating in various programmes. there was much greater representation of disabled people in soaps, in reality TV and quiz shows. Well-known figures in sports and entertainment became more open, particularly about mental health issues and non-visible impairments, telling their stories in newspaper features and on documentaries. However, despite this progress, there is clearly still the deserving and undeserving face of disability. Disabled people seem to be actively doing something, achieving in sport or acting, for example, are overcoming their disability, and I'm using quotes here. But disabled people who are unemployed, on benefits, are scroungers, fakers. The austerity years and the political narrative around cutting public spending has fallen hard on disabled people, as many of us in this room know. The bedroom tax, sanctions, cuts to social care and third sector organisations, including DPOs, led to the UN Committee on the Rights of Disabled People finding the UK government in breach of the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled People, and referred to austerity as a human catastrophe inflicted on disabled people. But there was very little media attention on the impact of austerity, not even the numbers of people who died from their health conditions within months of the DWP finding them fit for work, let alone the people who died by suicide or even starved to death following cuts to their benefits. In fact, the media were often complicit, churning out stories and documentaries denigrating people on benefits, which played into the scrounger narrative. One newspaper even wrote an expose attacking individual members of the UN committee regarding their findings. And then we come to the pandemic, which, like austerity, has equally had a catastrophic effect on disabled people. Across the UK, nearly 60% of COVID-related deaths comprise disabled people. In Wales, the figure is 68%. But where are the headlines? Where was there a sense of national scandal? Why have so few questions been asked? Even in the COVID inquiry currently sitting, in which DW is a core participant, there has been zero coverage of the high death rate amongst disabled people. Once again, we see the media complicit in the government narrative that the deaths and other hardships faced by disabled people were inevitable, unavoidable, expendable. One of the key findings in the report Locked Out on the impact of COVID-19 in Wales was that the lack of disabled people in leadership roles when decisions were being made, whether politicians or senior government officials, these lack of people in senior roles when decisions were being made in response to the pandemic contributed to the absence of targeted policies and the total inadequacy of those that were implemented. And the same could be said of the media industry. There may be more disabled people on our screens, on quiz shows, on reality shows, but where are they amongst the programme makers, the commissioners, the editors, the executives? Without this voice, there is no challenge to the accepted narrative. So why have we chosen this theme? Because we need to change the narrative. We need to see news and programming that reflects us as disabled people, the reality of our lives, as well as our hopes and aspirations. And we're delighted that so many of our media partners are here today and sponsoring the conference. We do have a challenge in Wales because so much content on the media is driven by a UK-wide agenda. However, initiatives that we've been involved with, such as ITV Wales's Equality and Diversity Panel, BBC Cymru Wales's Talk Disability Initiative, are an important starting point, but on a much longer journey to ensure a more inclusive society. Diolch yn fawr.
I did the middle-aged lady trot then across to get to the mic. Thank you, diolch, Rhian. Really interesting, and particularly interesting at how representation in the media has changed post-COVID as well, which I'm sure will come up today. So really lucky to have Rachel Dailey, who's an award-winning disability rights journalist, editor and activist, who's going to come and speak to us for the next 20 minutes. Rachel's a prominent disability rights columnist for the Daily Mirror, who guest edited a series Disabled Britain, Doing It For Ourselves, and founding editor of The Unwritten, a publication for disabled people to share their authentic experiences. They've written for a wide range of publications and currently trying to get the press regulator to create much-needed guidelines around disability. Wouldn't that be wonderful if that's something we can get off the ground at the end of the conference today? So without any further ado, I'd like to welcome Rachel. Croeso.
Hello, I'm going to sit down here because that thing terrifies me, to be honest with you. Hello, and thank you all for having me here today. And thank you, Emma. I've lost you, but thank you for that amazing introduction. It's really funny because obviously that's my life and my achievements. But when you hear them all read out, it probably takes you back. And if you were watching me, I nearly teared up just hearing all these things. It didn't sound like it was really me. But that's all right because I'm going through the menopause, so I'm emotional and forgetful anyway, you know. Anyways, I'm going to repeat it all now and put it all in a bit context. I'm sorry, this might be a bit boring, but I'm going to do it again because I'm a journalist. I like talking about myself, to be honest with you. If you don't know me, I'm Rachel Dailey. I'm a freelance print journalist focusing on disability rights. I've written for some of the biggest print publications in the country, and I'm the founder of The Unwritten, a publication for disabled people to tell their own authentic stories. Last year, I was the guest editor of the Mirror's Disabled Britain series, and I currently write a weekly-ish, column, because sometimes it's twice weekly, depending on how mad I am at the Tories, and sometimes it's fortnightly, depending on how exhausted I am from raging at the Tories. And in it, I react to how politics, society, and the media treat disabled people. And trust me, I can't believe I get to do that for a tabloid either. So I want to start again because I started this speech by apologising for repeating my achievements. And I think that's part of why I'm here today. As disabled people, we've been conditioned to apologise for who we are. A big one most disabled people apologise for is when we think that we've inconvenienced someone. Oh, sorry, would you mind moving? Sorry, I can't do this. When in actual fact, it's not us that are in the wrong. We've either been made to feel guilty. Oh, I'm sorry. This was the issue, but I needed. Where was I? It's not me that's in the wrong. We've been made to feel guilty. And I lost my place there, sorry, because I got distracted. When in actual fact, it's not us that's in the wrong. We've been made to feel guilty for not being well enough to attend something or things that are being made inaccessible for us, such as when pavements are getting blocked by massive prams or those horrible scooters that are in every city now. And I could rant about that one all day. But I think it comes down, essentially, to us saying, I'm sorry for taking up space and I'm sorry for existing, which we have been made to feel like we don't deserve as disabled people. And a big thing I'm guilty of saying sorry for is when I'm correcting somebody about the way they talk about me or my disabilities. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not suffering. Or, I'm sorry, but I'm really not brave. And more often than not, it's when they're being really ignorant. Like, I'm sorry, but ADHD isn't just a trend. Or something I find myself saying pretty much every day now. I'm really sorry, but I'm actually not a scrounger. I do have a job, and even if I did have a job, I wouldn't be a scrounger. It's like, why am I apologising for that, you know? And why do they think it's okay to say that in the first place? And there's lots of reasons for that. But I think the main one is that what it boils down to is that it's how non-disabled people were taught that it was okay to talk about us. And that comes from, in the main part, that the media has made it okay for them to talk about us in that way. And that boils down to the 3 ways that we're talked about, which Rhian focused on, but I'm going to talk about it more from my experience. So first of all, were the inspirational stories. You know, the late great activist Stella Young coined the term inspo porn to encompass when disabled people are held aloft for doing things that non-disabled people aren't celebrated for, such as education or exercising. I mean, not me. I probably would exercise if somebody cheered, to be honest with you. I'd probably be more likely to exercise. But we see it in the god-awful posters of disabled runners with, "What's your excuse?" plastered over the top. Or you think about the disabled kids hearing their mums talk to them for the first time. Or when we're called brave or superheroes for pushing through the pain. And of course, the big problem with inspo porn is that it puts the onus on us succeeding despite our disabilities or overcoming obstacles. And it means when we don't, we're seen as just not trying hard enough. Like, it's not that society is the problem. You just didn't try hard enough to do that, you know, because that person can do that. Why can't you? And the thing is, I don't do what I do despite my disabilities. Well, I do everything despite my disabilities apart from the dishes because I've got ADHD. That doesn't exist. I work with my body to overcome the obstacles that the ableist world has put in front of me, essentially. And here's a one that I quite like telling people. The well-known slogan, disability in a life is a bad attitude. Here's a surefire way to get them to stop using that. Remind them that it was popularised by Oscar Pistorius. And they'll stop. Anyway, moving on. On the other end of the scale, we have the trauma. This is when our most personal medical details are used for views and clicks. And this is something that I've been trying to stop the print media especially from doing. But when they essentially have to rely on their ad revenue and stuff, of course they're going to use the most clickbaity headlines. But it centres the irrelevant part of our story, because more often than not, my disability is the least relevant part of what I'm talking about. And they dedicate huge chunks to specifically what my disability is, how it affects me, how does it make you feel, how does it make your family feel. And what that does is that it makes non-disabled people think that they can talk, that they can ask these questions. You know, we've just seen that awful campaign from the government that was the Ask, Don't Assume campaign that they reckon was going to help us by making everybody more caring and more wanting to talk to us. But really, when you have these intrusive questions asked at you all day, you just know that it's going to lead to even more. And what it also does with trauma porn is that it paints disabled people as burdens more than anything. You know, it paints us as burdens to our families and our partners, and it also paints them as saints for standing by us. So I wanted to tell the story of when I was 16, and the big thing that was in the media then was on TV. The character from EastEnders, Honey, discovered that she had a child, that she was going to be having a child who had Down syndrome. At the same time, I had just had a huge diagnosis of lupus, and I was discovering that I was very reliant on my family. I was very reliant on my parents, and I didn't know where in the next 10 years I would be without the help of my parents. But at the same time, there was this awful story that was being spread over everything, and the whole narrative was, poor Honey, she's got this awful thing happen to her kid's disabled, how will she cope? There was even a story that was justifying her abandoning her kid, you know, and it was things like that I don't remember the whole storyline, but I do remember how awful that made me feel as a newly disabled kid, because I was still a kid, I was only 16, and thinking about how that was going to play on for the rest of my life. And it's something that honestly I've carried with me for easily the last 2 decades. Things like that. And finally, the narrative that we're all a bit too used to is that we're all faking it for attention, all those sweet, sweet disability benefits. Oh my God, I don't know about you guys, but I am rolling in the sweet, sweet disability benefits. I'm really not. Before anybody starts emailing us, I'm not. So yeah, obviously we're all really familiar with this, so I'm not going to dwell on it. But what I do think the big part of the disability narrative, the scrounger narrative comes from, is the fact that 77% of our print media is owned by right-wing people. So it's owned by people who support the Tories, give money to the Tories. And that's, of course, going to bleed into all of the other outlets because they set the blueprint. And instead of focusing on how many millions of people have died, hundreds of thousands of people have died of austerity, they're focusing on whether we deserve to live, you know? We're not really doing anything, are we? We're all just lazy buggers. So it's exhausting. It's an exhausting narrative. And, you know, it's always going to be putting the onus on the fact that we're the ones fiddling the system and not the fact that millionaires have unpaid taxes, millionaires and billionaires have unpaid taxes £42 billion a year, because, you know, we're not the ones who are all supporting the Tory party, and we're not the ones who are all in charge of the papers. So, of course, the real enemy here is the work-shy disabled people who dare to have iPhones, isn't it? That's the real enemy. And more recently, we've seen it in the disbelief that many people who are being diagnosed with neurodivergent conditions, such as ADHD, just are lying. You know, we must all be lying about it. Because, of course, it's not that women, especially, are overlooked because the stereotype was naughty boys. It's that we all just want to be famous on TikTok, which, you know, I would love to be famous on TikTok, but all I really post about is my dog. So, and it's not just in these big ways that media, sorry, I keep doing that. It's not just in these big ways that media ableism occurs in the press, in the print media. It's in the way journalists are too afraid to use the word disabled, and plus anything beyond it, such as differently abled, people with determination. I'm determined to stop you all from being ableist, if that helps. And describing, and then on the other end, describing us as wheelchair-bound or wheelchairs and all of that, you know. But all of the above is why I do what I do and why I'm really passionate about changing the narrative. Because most of the time, when our stories are told, they're done from an outside perspective, and they're written for non-disabled people to pick over and find outrage in before they move on to the next thing to be scandalised about. And I wanted to tell our stories not only by us, but for us as well. So I'm not going to talk about the lack of disabled journalists and how we get more disabled journalists into the industry, because Natasha's here to do that, and she's far more qualified than I am on that. But I will say that it's hard being one of the few more known disabled journalists who does get called on to everything, because I'm really aware that I've got an immense privilege, but I don't want to be an editor's excuse for somebody who is better placed. And that is starting to happen. I don't want to be, well, we've already got Rachel Dailey, why do we need somebody else? I would die if I heard that. And while I do write a weekly column with The Mirror now, which I'm immensely privileged to do, I've been freelance my whole career. And that's due to the fact that it's such an inaccessible industry to me, you know? And that's what is stopping our voices, because it's a massively inaccessible industry, and that keeps the narratives the same. Sorry, you're going to have a drink. So after decades of these relentless narratives... Oh, sorry, I did it. Sorry. Do you know, I thought I'm going to have a microphone and it means I'm going to be focused, but it's been doing this instead, haven't I? So, after decades of these relentless narratives and not seeing the full richness of disabled lives, it meant that when a deadly virus took over the world that affected us more than any other minority, it was easy for the government to use the media to reinforce that we were going to be the ones to inevitably die. We were labelled vulnerable and locked in our homes when the world opened up far too soon. And then while the media focused on how awful it had been for these poor non-disabled people to be inside for what was it, 3 weeks? It wasn't 3 weeks, it was longer than that, but you know. They focused on how hard it was, when most of us are already in that position anyway. When we start talking about how hard it still was for us and how unsafe all of these measures were for us, we were being accused of taking away freedoms, when all we wanted to do was not be left to die. And from a professional point of view, the first couple of years of the COVID pandemic, because I'm going to be calling it that, it's not pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, we're still in the pandemic. I saw my career thrive because it was the first time that everybody else was moving indoors as well. And it was hard, you know, because even though it was an issue that should have mostly been affecting disabled people, and it should have been where we were called on, I was constantly battling the editors to ensure that I, the disabled writer, was the one who was writing about these issues, and that the issues that were affecting disabled people were some of the most important things we could have been talking about. And it wasn't just that I was ensuring it was being covered by the right people, but that it was being covered at all. Because, you know, I was exhausted and absolutely worn down from being told by editors that they weren't going to be taking my pitch whilst the death tolls were rising and more things were coming up that were affecting disabled people, because they'd already covered something slightly to do with disabled people the week before. And the big breaking point for me was, and this was something that I was actually told, was that the news cycle had moved on. The news cycle had moved on from the fact that 6 in 10 deaths were disabled people, and that not all those dying were particularly susceptible. And that was when I just had to go, no, I'm done. And so I tried not to throw my laptop, and I was ranting to my best friend one day, and I was like, nobody is letting me do this, nobody is letting disabled people write this. And she went, so why don't you do this? Why don't you get people who are going to be writing the important stories and get them to do it for your publication? And I went, I can't do that. Can I start my own publication? And I sat with the can I for about a day and a half, and I was sat there going, should I be doing this? And then I was like, well, why shouldn't I be doing this? Why shouldn't I be the person to do this? So the Unwritten is the thing that I'm most proudest of in the world, because it was the one chance that I started giving people to have their unfiltered views actually out into the world. And I'm really sorry, I've realised I've been talking for a long time, and I'm going to skip through the thing I was going to talk about. So, of course, the Unwritten, off the back of that came Disabled Britain, and for the first time, a major tabloid ran a series of disabled stories created by disabled writers and editors, and that was where we needed it. You know, we needed to be focusing on our lives and the challenges we faced as disabled people, not just look at these disabled people having terrible lives. It was, these are the issues that are affecting us, and this is why. And it really shone a light on the societal problems. And because it was edited by a disabled editor, there wasn't the ableist language there wasn't the inspirational language, and we barely at all even mentioned people's conditions, because a lot of the time it just wasn't there, it just wasn't relevant. And of course there's the amazing things that are coming through now. So we've got a lot more disabled journalists coming through, and we've got amazing TV shows like A Kind of Spark, which has a majority disabled cast and is written by a disabled person. But you know, there's still the majority of the media, the press, the print media especially, is still got this hold over them from the Tory government, and it means that they are being spurred on to be as hateful as ever towards disabled people. You know, every week we have a story about how we're work shy or faking it, and in my opinion, part of the problem is that they've got nothing stopping them. They've not got the guidelines. And that's what I went to IPSO about in January. Had a meeting, and it was the most frustrating time of my life when I asked for guidelines on reporting disability. And the direct report was, well, nobody complains about ableist stories. Yeah, that's what I was told. I left that meeting to find, in that time, I was in that meeting for an hour, in that time 2 ableist stories had been posted online by the organisations represented by IPSO, calling ADHD not real. So, yeah, but nobody complains about them, and there's not a problem. So they said, we don't get any complaints. So I gave them some. I gave them over 300. And they came back to me with, oh, we weren't actually asking you to give us some complaints. We didn't think you'd actually give us some. And also, these can't be upheld because the editor's code only applies when you're discriminating individuals, not groups of people. We're trying to get that changed because they're going through a consultation. But if they did that and they made it groups of people, it would absolutely flatten the print media industry, because it means they wouldn't be able to be ableist, racist, xenophobic, homophobic, transphobic, all of the rest. You know, they'd be shut down. So that was in March when I got everybody to complain about that, and we've heard nothing back. In the meantime, it was rumoured that Sophie Morgan would be Strictly's first wheelchair-using contestant, and The Sun ran with the headline, Cha-Cha-Chair, and they called Sophie a wheelchair. So I thought, all right, this is one person being discriminated against. You said if it's one person being discriminated against, that's against the rules. But no, because it only counts if it's the person happening to is being complained against. However, Sophie did complain, and she didn't hear back initially when all of us were told it doesn't matter. So since then, we've had various complaints and trying to get them on things like inaccuracy. The best thing I was told when we tried to complain about inaccuracy in one column, when somebody conflated two benefits together and said that everybody on benefits, including people on PIP and people on ESA and all of the rest, were all work-shy scroungers who didn't want to work, despite the fact that I've been claiming PIP for a long time and I work. So we went with inaccuracy, and they went, yes, but the thing is with that, this is a great one. The thing is with that, this is his opinion. So as long as he believes that it's true, it's fine. So essentially they're allowed to publish whatever they like as long as it's their opinion. So as you can imagine, working in an industry that actively endangers the lives of my community is exhausting. It is, and I've said exhausting about 5 times because I spend most of my life exhausted. And it makes me want to cry, and it's a lot to contend with the fact that I'm in an industry that does actively endanger my community. But there's a lot of light too. Whenever I see a writer that I gave their first published job to absolutely smashing it, when I see papers reaching out to disabled people and using the correct language, when I see someone or a room full of people like today living their loudest, most authentic selves, despite how much this government wants to crush us down, it makes me remember why I fight against this constant barrage, and I'm not going to stop fighting. I'm very privileged to have a voice, and I'm going to use it. So please, if you can, use your voice too. Disabled people deserve to live full, complex, messy, happy, even sad lives. And we deserve a media that represents that as well, not just actively endangers us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for that, Rachel. So much food for thought there. There'll be an opportunity to ask questions for all the speakers at 11:40. So if you do have any questions, bank them and we'll get to you at 11:40. I am delighted and honoured to introduce the fabulous Dr. Natasha Hirst. I've known Natasha for a number of years, and she's absolutely brilliant. The president of the NUJ, National Union of Journalists, representing disabled members on the National Executive Council. She's the chair of Disability Arts Cymru and was co-researcher on the Legally Disabled Project. She's also a member of the Welsh Government Disability Rights Task Force and chaired the Access to Services Working Group. So warm welcome, Natasha. And I'm sure that she's going to give us lots of food for thought, just like Rachel did.
Thank you ever so much for that welcome, Emma. It's a bit of a mouthful, all the things that I'm involved with at the moment. Many of you who know me know that I have a really long history with Disability Wales as a former board member, and also my short time on the staff as well when I was maternity cover for Miranda. And Disability Wales has played a really important part in my journey as a disability activist. And it's also influenced the work that I do as a photojournalist. So I specialise in covering social justice issues in campaigns, and especially around disability equality. I'm also really, really proud to be the first disability activist to become the president of the National Union of Journalists. And it's really important to me that I use the influence in this role to make my trade union more inclusive and more proactive. And it's our responsibility as a union to challenge poor and unethical journalism. And it's also, a collective responsibility to promote disability inclusion throughout the media industry. The boring bit of my speech coming up, so some statistics. I promise I won't throw numbers at you through the whole thing. But in broadcasting, which is TV and radio, employers have to collect their diversity data and share that and publish it. And the latest data tells us that disability representation in television is the lowest of all diversity groups. Disabled people make up 6% of those who work off-screen and 8.3% of those working on-screen. And so despite, Rhian pointing out that, we see more disabled people, disabled storylines, it's still incredibly low. It's much lower than the general proportion of disabled people in the population. But in publications like newspapers and magazines, they don't have to collect and publish that kind of information. So, and no employers have to collect information about their disability pay gap. And without that, it's really difficult for us to see where all of those inequalities and problems are. And it's really hard for us as activists to prove that journalism isn't an equal and inclusive place for disabled people. Now, here's a puzzling thing. So, in publications like newspapers and so on, where there's sort of reporters and editors, the labour force survey shows that 22% of journalists are disabled or have a long-term health condition. And I find that really quite difficult to understand. And we've just been listening to Rachel talking about how lonely it is to be, the only disabled person, one of very few disabled people in the workplace trying to promote better reporting on disability. And as a union, we know that there are very few disabled journalists in senior leadership roles. We know that disabled journalists are more likely to be freelance, self-employed, but there's very little information about that. And our worry is that employers might look at that 22% figure and think, oh, well, there's no problem. We've got enough disabled people in journalism, we don't need to worry about that. But we know there is a problem. Disabled journalists experience many barriers in their careers, and although there are more schemes to get disabled people into journalism, there's very little support for them to progress their careers and get into those senior roles where they're able to influence change. There are not enough disabled role models, workplaces are not accessible enough, and many disabled journalists tell the union that they experience terrible discrimination at work. And there's another problem that affects all journalists, and especially newspapers, and Rachel made a reference to this. She pointed out that 77% of print media is owned by right-wing people. And what that means is that these publications exist to make a profit. They don't exist to do great journalism. They just want to put money into the pockets of shareholders. The more clicks you get online, the more money you make, the more papers and magazines people buy, the more money they make. So how do they get people to click? How do they get people to buy? It's with sensational or controversial headlines. And the problem with that is that they often are unfair and misrepresent disabled people and the experiences that we have in our lives. So one of the things that I do want to say is that sometimes when we see a bad headline or a bad story, it's not actually the fault of the individual journalist. It's because they've been under pressure to write a story in a stereotypical way, or it's been badly edited after they've written it. And many editors and managers don't understand the importance of the social model and keep pushing those negative stereotypes about disabled people. As Rhian said, you know, we're objects of pity and other people think they know what's best for us. Or we're medical subjects and our bodies are being talked about and judged. Sometimes we're inspirational superheroes overcoming disability, or we're benefit managers and a burden on society. But we are hardly ever just people. And the result is that the UK government knows that they can get away with violating our human rights, they can get away with pushing disabled people into poverty and cutting social security benefits that keep us alive. They know they can deny us our right to access independent living and then tell us that we should be doing more to be in employment. People on the street know that they can get away with shouting abuse at us. Shops and services know that they can get away with being inaccessible. So what does journalism have to do with this? The role of journalists is to hold those in power to account, from politicians to governments, the Senate to UK Parliament, local councils, public bodies like health boards, education authorities, police, courts, and so on, to wealthy private sector organisations like banks and airlines and electricity companies. It is our job as journalists to investigate and report on the decisions and actions that are taken by those in power, because it affects people's lives. And it's also our job as journalists to share that information in a way that can be understood by people so that we can make decisions based on that information and take control of our own lives. And that's incredibly important. When we do our jobs well, journalists can help change society for the better. But when we fail, we reinforce inequality and discrimination. We need more pressure on media organisations to work in a way that is fair and ethical. Rachel talked about IPSO, which is the regulator for newspapers. It's very, very weak. It doesn't want to improve or put greater requirements on publications to make sure that they are reporting fairly and not discriminating against groups of people like disabled people. All journalists who sign up to the NHA sign up to a code of conduct, so they make a commitment to write fairly and ethically, and not to produce anything that would incite hatred or discrimination. And we want to support journalists to understand what good reporting looks like and to make sure that you have the resources and the training that you need to do that. And disabled people need to have more control over the stories that are told about us. And, you know, I know that my lived experience as a disabled person means that I understand the marginalisation and discrimination that we all face as a community. I know how to talk about those issues and share those stories in a way that doesn't violate the dignity of disabled people. And we need more disabled journalists, but that by itself isn't enough. We need non-disabled journalists to better understand the issues. And I know that there are plenty who do a really, really good job. And when we see good journalism, we should celebrate it. And we're lucky that in Wales we have a government that wants to do the right thing. And the Disability Rights Task Force is setting out to terraform Wales and turn it into a more inclusive and equal society. So even though that change feels slow, we do have that political support here. And the NUJ in Wales is also campaigning for more support for public interest journalism. There are lots of areas of Wales where we don't even have a local newspaper. We don't have a reporter there on the ground covering the issues and telling our stories and giving us access to information. And that's a real problem. The NUJ has criticised the unethical reporting in the Telegraph recently that Rachel referred to. And we've called on the media to take action to address unethical and toxic reporting. And one of the things I would say to journalists in the room, if you're struggling for stories, just take a look at the civil society report that was produced by the Coalition of Disabled People's Organisations that Rhian referred to on the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled People. That is full of stories and evidence that will keep you going for months and months and months. And those are the things that journalists need to be looking at and investigating and going out and getting more information about, because it points to those systemic inequalities that we experience that needs to be written about, that needs to be understood by people who don't experience that. I also want to give a shout out to All Wales People First, back over there. I was very privileged to work with Lucy and with members of All Wales People First to create an image bank that shows people with learning disabilities in day-to-day life. And we did that in co-production with members. And it was up to the members to say, this is how we want to be seen. These are the valued roles that we have in society. And this is what we want other people to know about us and to see about us when images are being used to illustrate articles or so on. So please do go and have a chat with them. Just to sort of finish up, it's really important that we are aspirational, that we're removing barriers for disabled journalists, and that we are collectively creating a society that is free of barriers for all disabled people. We all deserve that. And journalists can use the power of investigative reporting to highlight that relationship between disability and poverty, shine a light on worsening discrimination and inequality and the human rights violations of the state against disabled people. And increasing diversity in the media is important to creating change. Opportunities for disabled journalists to progress their careers. And in the industry, editors can be more proactive in commissioning freelancers who have lived experience of disability. So together, let's drive ableism out and transform the media here in Wales and lead the way for everybody else to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natasha. What a line to go into the break on. Hopefully you get a chance to digest some of those statistics, really some thought-provoking statistics there from Natasha as well. So we've got a break now for 20 minutes. Food and drinks will be served at the table, so you don't need to move. If you want to move, there's the quiet room, which is in box 5. But you can be back at 11:20, because we'll be starting promptly. We've got 2 members of the Senedd ready to speak to us at 11:20. So enjoy your break, and we'll see you back in 20 minutes. Thank you very much. If everybody could come back and take your places, we're ready to start. Hope you all enjoyed your teas and coffees and are energised, ready for the next session. Are we all ready for the next session? Thank you very much. So we're running a few minutes behind after the break, so without any further ado, we're going to go into the next session. We're very, very lucky to have two members of the Senedd with us today. So we've got Jane Hutt, MS, was Minister for Social Justice and Chief Whip at the Welsh Government, and we've got Dawn Bowden, MS, Deputy Minister for Arts, Sports and Tourism. So I'll hand over now for this session, and then we'll follow with the Q&A where Natasha and Rachel will rejoin us for the Q&A. So I'll hand over without any more time wasted. Thank you.
Well, Borada, Ihigit, really great to be here. Are so important to be at the Disability Wales annual conference and AGM. I think we were last year. We'd just suddenly able to come out and meet each other, weren't we? And it was a really important occasion. But I'm so interested and pleased that the subject of your conference today, media representation of disabled people, challenging stereotypes, changing society, disabled people in the media. And so we've got my colleague and friend Dawn Bowden, who's going to be particularly focusing on that as Deputy Minister for Arts, Sports and Tourism. And we were just saying how good it is that you've got two ministers here today, because quite often they say, oh no, well, only one will do, but we're both here because actually the whole work, I'm just going to be talking about the Disability Rights Task Force, the whole work of the disability rights is across government, across all sectors, across all policy. And I think that's the most important thing. And, you know, and of course, if it's across the whole of life and every life circumstances, then obviously what the media does, media representation of disabled people, should cover every aspect of the lives of disabled people. So, but you know, many of you, or hopefully most of you, that we have a Disability Rights Task Force, which is hard at work. We're looking at putting in place interventions to help shape how the media representation of disabled people evolves from one dominated by stereotypes to one where each disabled person is seen to be the individual they are. And I think it is important to mention the impact of coronavirus, the COVID-19, the fact that we've got an ongoing COVID inquiry, news of which, of course, is on our television screens every day. There's no question that disabled people were the most affected by the pandemic. 6 in every 10 UK COVID-related deaths were disabled people. However, many of these deaths were not the inevitable consequence of impairment, but were deeply rooted in socio-economic factors and their resulting inequalities. So that led to the commissioning and publishing of the groundbreaking Locked Out report. And the report brought the stark inequities being faced by disabled people into sharp relief. The report also resulted in the creation of the Disability Rights Task Force, which I co-chair along with Professor Debbie Foster. So today I'm not only just reiterating that this government recognises the discrimination and inequalities faced daily by disabled people, to address them, and we're taking significant action to do so. And sometimes when governments create policies, plans or programmes, there's a difference between intention and what is actually delivered, and what people it's intended to support really need. And we know that this is called the implementation gap. Well, the task force and its working groups are key to addressing this problem through placing the voices of disabled people and the power of disabled people, the influence of disabled people at the heart of everything that we do. The task force and its working groups bring together people with lived experience, Welsh Government policy leads, some are here today, representative organisations, identifying the issues and barriers that affect the lives of many disabled people. And I want to thank you all at this stage, to thank you all for your engagement, for your support, for your valuable contributions, the evidence you give to us in our working groups and in the task force. Thank you. The task force is identifying the root causes of discrimination and resulting inequalities, and the short, medium and long-term actions needed to address them. I've mentioned the working groups. The working groups are considering specific issues. They're all at different stages, and I'll just give a short update on them now. So we've got the first working group, the Embedding and Understanding the Social Model of Disability working group, chaired by Professor Debbie Foster. It's now concluded its meetings, but right at the start we said this had to be at the forefront for us to work through the work to the task force. We had to, again, embed and understand the social model of disability. And, of course, the group members there highlighted the importance of the social model of disability to all other working groups. So as a result of this targeted approach, sections of Welsh Government, Healthcare Inspectorate Wales, Care Inspectorate Wales have all undertaken bespoke training on the social model of disability, and they'll apply their knowledge to inspections of health and social care settings. So actually, when you talk about implementation, that is implementation now, not waiting till a report is published. The training has happened. So next working group, the Access to Services working group, includes communications and technology, chaired by Dr. Natasha Hirst. And so glad to see you here, Natasha, and congratulations on everything that you achieve as well. The group's presented its draft recommendations to the task force, and of course this, and I know Dawn will be interested in this, of course, includes media industry, legal profession campaign to educate about accessible content, the social model of disability, disabled people's civil and human rights and the influence of words and images. So then we go on to the meeting for the Independent Living Social Care Working Group. That's chaired by Rhian Davies. Now that's concluded. What's important is that our ministers have taken part in receiving recommendations. So Julie Morgan, Deputy Minister for Social Services, already the development and delivery of a national campaign on citizens' rights for independent living and social care. Moving on swiftly, the Independent Living Health Working Group, chaired by William Holloway, ambitious initial recommendations to the task force shared with our Minister for Health and Social Services, Ellery Morgan, MS, recommendations for training for frontline staff, and also additional sessions being scheduled next year for discussions on wellbeing, culture, sport and tourism in Wales. Then I move to the Travel Working Group, chaired by Andrea Gordon from Guide Dogs UK. Again, concluded its meeting, met with the Deputy Minister for Climate Change, Lee Waters, who attended a travel working group, hearing directly from members about how public transport issues affect the lives of disabled people. And recommendations include the establishment of a disabled persons transport advisory group. The Employment and Income Working Group, chaired by Professor Debbie Foster, now concluded. Initial recommendations include holding an employment summit for Wales to stimulate a big conversation to raise public awareness of employment rights for disabled people. Full recommendations to be heard in December. Children and Young People Working Group, co-chaired by Harrod Price and Alice Moore, held two meetings, one of which focused on children's mental health services, will ensure that children and young people's voices are heard in this working group. Affordable and Accessible Housing Working Group, chaired by Damien. I'm not sure if Damien's here today, but Damien Joseph Bridgman held its first meeting last week, so watch this space. And then at the June Task Force, members did hear presentations on hate crime, sexual assault, domestic violence as they affect disabled people. So we've now agreed, Task Force, to establish a working group to address access to justice for disabled people, to be chaired by Joe Powell, Chief Executive of All Wales People First, and that's going to start next month. So I think the output, as you can see already, of the task force and its working groups, co-produced, that's crucially, across Government Disability Rights Action Plan. It'll be published for consultation next year. And also, we won't, as I said, we're not waiting for this. We are already implementing, and it's influencing policy government every step of the way. Also, we have Welsh Local Government Association, we have the Health Service, we have other key partners on the task force. So I just want to make one mention again. This is under the Minister for Economy, that we have the Welsh Government's Disabled Persons Employment Champions. Now, actually, that was a recommendation from our former framework for independent living way back, which was published way back in 2019. What a difference that they have made, the Disabled People's Employment Champions, and soon providing mentoring to policy leads across government. Now, I'm just watching the clock because I want to make sure that Dawn, and then we have our time for Q&A, but Dawn has her 10 minutes too. I just want to say it's a few weeks since Rhian presented the findings of their barely surviving report to the Disability Equality Forum. That forum's been going for a long time, and it was vital throughout the pandemic. And we still meet because we have lots of other issues outside of the task force. And I think the creation of this report reminded us of the importance of the work delivered by Disability Wales, because it's about the dreadful impact the cost of living crisis is having on disabled people and the long-term harm it's already doing. So this is the ways in which we are trying to listen and support and respond to that. And I think, for example, our discretionary assistance fund, where we have managed to protect that this financial year, will hopefully provide a way in which we can get that emergency wards for people experiencing extreme financial difficulty. But the crucial thing is to make sure people claim what you're entitled to. There's still a long way to go, but our Claim What's Yours advisors are reaching out and ensuring that people can claim the benefits they're entitled to. And we've recently approved additional funding to keep 7 Claim What's Yours advisors in post until next March. So we're here with you today to listen and learn, as we always do. We're working together, so we see each other on so many occasions, but I'm absolutely delighted to be here at your annual conference and AGM to embrace and applaud the work of Disability Wales and all your partner organisations. Diolch yn fawr.
Well, bore da pawb. Good morning, and thank you, Jane, for your comments on the hugely important work of the Welsh Government's Disability Task Force. And can I say, I'm sorry that I missed Rachel this morning, but I was delighted to be here to hear my friend Natasha Hirst delivering her speech, and I'm appreciating the work of Welsh Government as well. So again, I very much appreciate that support from you as well, Natasha. Absolutely delighted to be here today at the Disability Wales annual conference, and for the opportunity, of course, to discuss the issues regarding the media's portrayal of disabled people in Wales. Now, I don't need to tell you that far too often the portrayal of disabled people across the media could be at best described as lazy and at worst pure ableism. The portrayal is all too often a crude stereotype presented within a cliched situation where the disabled person is frequently represented as disempowered, a pitiable victim, dependent, angry, and even as an inspirational figure who, in their language, have overcome their disabilities and so are a lesson to us all. Now, in TV and film, often see villains, antagonists and victims often portrayed as disabled characters, thus reinforcing that negative stereotype, tropes and stigmas that have been with us since the dawn of literature and drama. And there, of course, is an irony, isn't there? Because for these types of roles, often which result in BAFTAs and Oscars, the disabled characters are being portrayed are almost always played by non-disabled people. Now, real, authentic representation can't come too soon. In addition to the obvious equality issues, authentic representation can help ensure a more accurate portrayal and offers disabled talent opportunities at in the entertainment and media industry. And while there's undoubtedly been some improvements, there's still a shortage of famous disabled role models across our media. We're all aware, of course, of people like Frank Gardner, J.J. Chalmers, Nicky Fox, Rosie Jones, Alex Brooker, and actors such as Liz Carr and Matt Fraser, but they represent just a tiny fraction of the media and entertainment personnel. So why does the media continue to use stereotypes to portray disabled people? There's an argument that the prevalence of negative stereotypes is simply a societal issue, and that the media simply reflects these negative values and so is no more responsible for them than any other sector. But I don't agree with that, and I reject that position, because the media has such a big role to play in shaping the values, the perceptions, and the attitudes towards disabled people. Using the social model, the media can influence public perception, it can champion inclusion, and it can develop awareness and achieve equal representation on our screens and in our publications. Now, while the media has the power to bring about positive change, it can also perpetuate stereotypes and biases if it's not handled responsibly. It's crucial for media professionals to approach disability representation with care, accuracy and respect in order to contribute to the building of a more inclusive and equitable society. The Welsh Government recognises the challenges facing the sector regarding a lack of diversity and inclusion, and we know that there are examples of many groups marginalised and excluded from opportunities in our media industry in Wales, which in turn impacts on the issues that we're discussing here today. Now, we all want a media sector in Wales that fully reflects and represents audiences and that provides equitable and accessible employment opportunities and attracts, develops and retains diverse talent. We want a sector that delivers content which tells the stories and reflects the lives of disabled people, a true reflection that doesn't fall back on stereotypes. The media sector in Wales is busier than ever, and we are seeing an ever-increasing demand for content. However, if this demand is to be truly inclusive, then we must address and improve the diversity and inclusivity issues that we're speaking about today. Supporting diversity in broadcasting, in front of and behind the camera, is a priority for Welsh Government's Creative Wales and is aligned to the wider programme for government commitments to diversity and inclusion. Our aim is to support the provision of content that authentically portrays life across the whole of the UK and provision of a diverse and inclusive media workforce with appropriate representation from all communities. It's also one of the priorities of our 3-year Creative Skills Action Plan, Improved Diverse and Inclusive Recruitment, with an aim to develop a creative workforce which reflects everyone. The Action Plan commits to support and enable media companies and workforces to instil equality, diversity and inclusion strategies that deliver measurable improvements and to support measures to remove barriers to progression and upskilling opportunities for all marginalised groups. It also commits to support measures to work with underrepresented groups, including disabled people, and to increase awareness of career opportunities within the creative sectors. We're working with broadcasters on joint initiatives, including Culture Connect Wales, bringing together Creative Wales, BBC Cymru Wales, ITV Cymru, Channel 4 and S4C to increase opportunities in film and TV for diverse communities in Wales. Our agreed Memorandum of Understanding with the BBC and S4C also sets out how we intend to work jointly on these priorities, and it's a key feature of our ongoing discussions. We're working with ITV Cymru Wales on their support for training placements and apprenticeships through Skill Cymru, which includes support for disabled people. And we are regularly raising this issue at a UK level, liaising with Ofcom and the UK government to ensure that these priorities are reflected at a national level, as well as work being taken forward to ensure a fit-for-purpose regulatory framework for a modern public service media. Initiatives such as Refocus, which is funded by Creative Skills, is an experiential learning disability inclusion training programme for the screen industry and will aim to address the chronic shortfall in the representation of individuals with learning disabilities on screen. Portrayal is considered from the outset of a production and not as an add-on or an afterthought. It's going to be delivered by actors with learning disabilities, and the sessions reflect everyday scenarios, providing real-life examples from situations on set, in post-production and during the development process of a screen project. We're also launching the next round of our Creative Skills Fund in November, and we're keen to receive applications from external creative and media projects which aim to deliver for disabled people across Wales. So really, honestly, if anybody out there has a good project and you want some funding for it, please do get in touch with us. Through this work and other initiatives that the Welsh Government is undertaking, we hope to bring about change and to take us in the right direction to really start making a difference. And in conjunction with the work of the wider work of the Welsh Government's Disability Rights Task Force, we hope to go some way to facilitating a media sector that is more inclusive and far more reflective of disabled people's lives across Wales. We all want to see media content that highlights and celebrates diversity of our country, but we also want to see a media that portrays reality. So the Welsh Government is committed to making that happen, and I certainly look forward to continuing that work in this area in the coming months and years, and I really hope that you have a great conference for the rest of the day, and appreciate very much the opportunity to be invited here and to speak to you today, and hopefully Jane and I can answer some of your questions with Natasha and Rachel in a few moments. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much. Natasha and Rachel, if I can invite you to come up to the front and have 10 minutes of Q&As. This goes if you've got any questions online. I think there's a way of you getting your questions in. I think we're going to start with Trevor. I think Trevor, right, okay. We'll just get a microphone to you now. That's okay. We've also got Rhian Davies. Sorry, Rhian. The chair's also joining on the panel as well. So any questions for any of them? Right, okay. So we start with Trevor.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay? Yeah. Fine. Talk disability. BBC's theme for the year, to create disability awareness. Brilliant. That's what I thought when I first heard about it. So I got in contact with them just to let them try and make sure that they, not for doing anything for myself, that they show positive things and to show disabled people as positive people living, getting on. And the first couple of things I saw didn't really reflect that. So I pushed them a little bit, and they got in contact with me and said, well, how do you see things? And I explained a little bit about a project which going on in Kenya at the moment, and which an organisation which I personally run was running. And I explained a little bit about the project. The project's called Fursha, which means opportunity in Swahili, and it's run in an area where it's very remote, poverty is rife, and literacy levels are low, and there's absolutely no welfare. There's no rights at all, and it's totally different. You know, we live in luxury here compared to disabled people, and it's an initiative which we've trained and supported disabled people and their families to create their own sustainable enterprises. And it's been running quite a few years. We set up a microloan fund, and which is very small, from £4 to £40, which is nothing. for disabled people and their families to get their enterprises going. And it's really working out really well. So I mentioned that, and they said, well, that sounds amazing. We'll come round and film you. So they came to my house, filmed me, did a fantastic interview. And after the interview, the reporter, I didn't even know the camera was on, or I was being recorded, about, why I was in a wheelchair and asking lots of questions. And I was very frank with him. And anyway, the broadcast came on television, and, excuse my French, bugger me, there was nothing positive in that at all. It was showing the negative all the way. They showed me as it was all disabled people portrayed as sufferers and victims. Even the people I even sent round in Kenya, our project coordinator with 4 or 5 people on motorbikes went right up country filming all sorts of people on their mobile phones, which I gave the footage to just specifically for this interview. So anyway, what I'm getting at here is that if disabled people are being portrayed as sufferers and victims, and that's going out to millions of people are going to be seeing disabled people as sufferers and victims. And, what's going on? I've got a stand over here today, and if anybody wants to see what that was all about, they're more than welcome to have a look. So I've actually got they can see the interviews. There's a radio interview as well, which was much better. But the TV one, I was crying because, not because it's nice publicity, obviously, for the organisation, but why? And why? So please do something about it. Okay.
So we've heard lots of examples of that this morning. It was really well put. So I think there's 2 things here for the panel, possibly, is this thing of, is it lazy? Is it, what kind of journalism? How do we educate people before they do the interview? And then what process would Trevor have had afterwards to then say, do you know what, I'm not happy with the way it was portrayed, so that we can start to educate. And I know it's not our job to educate, but unfortunately we are where we are. It is what it is. And that's why conferences like this are so important. So I'm not sure if anybody is keen to kind of lead on, examples like that, like Trevor just mentioned, are all too common. So what can we do in future to kind of change the narrative?
Do you want to go? I think, can everyone hear me okay? I think one of the key things here is internalised ableism, whether we're disabled or not. We have grown up in a society that conditions us to believe that disability is tragic and awful. And I think that despite the best intentions, sometimes journalists are not aware of those biases and that ableism and how that completely colours the way that they look at disabled people. And so a really important thing for us to all be doing is to really show journalists those stereotypes they are holding in their heads without even realising it, and to break those apart. And I'm really sorry that you experienced that, Trevor, because what you do is absolutely incredible and so positive, and for that to not then be reflected is a really, really disappointing thing. So I think we need to start there. It's getting journalists to understand disability is not the way that we have been brought up to think it is, and we need to change that.
I think for me, we're never going to change until... Can you all hear me?
I've got a microphone, Oh, there we go. I can hear me now. There we go.
Yeah, so for me, I think until we have disabled people in all areas of the media, so not just journalists, not just freelancers, until we have disabled editors, disabled producers, people who are making the decisions and who are sending the people out who are doing the educating, then we're still going to be seeing that narrative. But that's what we need. But we need to make the media more a more accessible place for disabled journalists to get in, and then have us at all of these areas, and not just for a special or just as a freelance journalist who's not on staff, because we're never changing it. It's awful that this still happens.
So that's a strong message to all the broadcasters in the room, so take heed.
I'm always free for work if you want to hire me.
There's one question in the front, and there's... Oh, we have a question online, okay. I'm not quite sure how the question from online comes through. Oh, okay, relayed.
Magic.
So we've got a comment as well from Louise Holden, who works for Inclusion London, and she said that she wants to commend Disability Wales and Welsh Government for working together to improve lives, and that we need to do things differently and take risks and carry on how we are doing things currently, but taking the risks also. And Nia has also said, one second, I just lost it. To what extent do the various Welsh Government action plans, schemes collaborate with broader UK initiatives such as TAP and Deaf and Disabled People in TV? It'd be great to have the Welsh work celebrated and contributing to the broader industry efforts in the UK.
Well, I think perhaps because Dawn and I, I'm afraid, are going to have to go back down to the Senedd in a minute. Perhaps if we both just responded to these questions, and then we'll have to say farewell. Thank you for that, for the comment. Well, Trevor, can I just say, I want to meet you to talk about Wales and Africa, because, you know, it sounds a great project. And we just do need to, you know, the social model of disability should be training. If we haven't got the diverse workforce producers, they need to make sure that training empowers for them to understand. But just very quickly on these 2 points. Very interesting. Obviously, we're working in Wales to deliver on the Disability Rights Task Force. And we do believe we're leading the way in this, in our approach. But we know that there are things that we can learn from our disability rights activists in England. But also, of course, Dawn and I also meet ministers in the UK government on many issues because we want to influence government. We haven't got powers over tax and benefits, for example, so a lot of the entitlement work that we're doing, for example, work and pensions, but also they have a disability minister who I meet. So we have a duty to work with and influence and learn from, and I think that's where Disability Wales is so important, learn from partners, not just in the UK, but of course globally, and I know Rhian's done an awful lot of work worldwide, but just that my contribution, and thank you. We will, it's not about, I think it may be taking risks. We've got to be bold, we've got to be determined, and we've got to deliver. Dawn.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's two things, really. Jane is absolutely right. There are certain things that we don't have government responsibility for, but that doesn't mean that we don't work with the UK government and other government bodies to influence. And as I was saying in my talk earlier, we do work with stakeholders in Wales. We do work with Ofcom. We do work with the DCMS in the UK that is responsible for broadcasting, and we make it very clear what our expectations are and what we are looking for in the delivery. But within Wales, you know, we're very much pushing the diversity agenda in broadcasting, in media, in journalism. We're working with the British film industry to develop diversity and inclusion frameworks. We've got a bursary fund with the National TV and Film School in Cardiff, where we are targeting training for careers and support across the TV and film industry, both in front and behind the camera. So, you know, and it is specifically targeting underrepresented groups, including disabled people. And so the point that the kind of experience that you had, Trevor, I think, you know, we would start to see less of that if we had more people with disabilities in the production teams and actually delivering the programmes itself. So we're very much working with all of our stakeholders on delivering that kind of change.
Excellent, thank you very much.
I think we're going to have to leave now. Sorry about that, and have a great conference.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Perhaps one could stand in for us.
We've got... Sorry, with somebody... Sorry, one second. We've got one question in the back, and then if we don't get a chance to get your questions in this session, then we'll jot them all down and we will get them answered before the end of the day. Sorry, it's the one question with the microphone in the back. Sorry. Pardon?
Can you hear? You can hear now. Right, so unfortunately my targets have just left because it was going to be for Jane. But anyway. So for the two representatives who were staying, disability hate crime is on the rise. There was a recent Channel 4 News report on disability hate crime. I've suffered hate crime multiple times, intersectional sexuality and disability. My problem has been that North Wales Police, yes, I'm mentioning names, and my housing association, yes, I'm mentioning names, have policies to tackle hate crime and antisocial behaviour, but they don't actually implement them. How on earth is that going to change, and how on earth is the lives of disabled people going to be improved if the people in authority don't take it seriously? And hate crime is on the rise, and part of that is probably linked to media portrayals, unfortunately.
Rhian, would you like to answer that?
Thank you so much for raising that. I think it's such an important point. And of course, this week is National Disability Hate Crime Week. So there is a particular focus on hate crime. And although the ministers have gone, I know Welsh Government have put out materials this week for use on social media. I know DW will, once we get our conference over the line, we will be sharing those, to highlight them. But you're right. We saw hate crime rising during COVID, during austerity, during COVID, and now during cost of living crisis. And the sad fact is that whenever there are challenging social and economic difficulties, when, people struggling for money, people are uncertain about the future, people feel, disenfranchised, and unfortunately, in some cases, people turn on others who they perceive to be weaker than them, more vulnerable than them. And that is why the media have such a key role to play, because if those kind of understandings are being seen, disabled people are being portrayed as vulnerable victims, across the media, then that kind of highlights the issue more and targets people. So, an event like this, so it's, there's a good side of the media, that perhaps frothy side, but, this really gets to the heart of the matter, because this is serious. This is actually people's lives. And, and I think the media need to recognise their own responsibility. And I've got colleagues who are more actively involved in journalism, and I hopefully will also want to add to this.
I think the big issue is, as you were saying, it's always either that we focus on how vulnerable and how horrible it is to be disabled, but then at the same time we're constantly focusing on, oh, well, these people are not really disabled, they're all faking it so they can get the benefits or whatever. So, and the prevalence of campaigns such as, I'm going to mention it again, the awareness campaign that happened a couple of weeks ago, which is giving them more license, which is giving non-disabled people more license to go, okay, tell me about your disability, tell me about it in excruciating detail. And then when we don't want to give that, which is our prerogative, people go, well, if you're not willing to talk about it, you mustn't really be disabled. And it's like, it's exhausting, it really is. But
I think until the media changes and realises that we're not just there for their clickbaity outrage stories, because when it is reported on disability hate crime, it's usually as a, can you believe this is happening? And it's like, yeah, because I live this life, I can fully believe this is happening, you know? And until we start reporting on them, until we start reporting on how literally just, can you believe it, then we're never going to get much further.
That's great. Thank you very much. I'm sorry we've run over. I'll take a note of your question.
We need a microphone if you're going to speak, because otherwise people can't hear Bill. No, you need a microphone.
Just bring in a microphone.
We will get to this on the next one.
Hi, I'm on the North Wales hate crime group, and we're helping out with the victim support on forum as well. And the increase there is over 35% during the as for hate crime during the pandemic. Now, one issue I will bring before you is people who are housebound. Who's listening to them? Who's talking to them? These people are getting attacked online. Okay, somebody needs to be talking to them. Yeah, they really do. Okay. I've got one person in who's got multiple disabilities. She's been made a criminal because of her disabilities. Why isn't somebody helping her? Oh, she's too hard to handle. We can't cope with her. Pardon? What system have we got?
That might be something that we can pick up with on the next panel session, when we've got some representatives from various media organisations to look at how do we get messages from people who are housebound into the media. How do we get their voices heard? So that might be something that can be raised in the next session. Thank you very much for that important comment. Thank you very much. I think Rachel, Natasha and Rhian, I think are going to leave the front, and Rachel, you're going to stay. So if I can call to the next session. So we've got responding to the challenge, media panel discussion, which is going to be chaired by Rachel. So if I can call up Emma Jenkins from ITV Cymru Wales. She's a diversity and inclusion champion. Sian Gwynedd from BBC Wales is the head of culture and partnerships. Ryan Chappell from S4C, diversity, sustainability and social purpose leader. And Catrin Musco from Wales Online, also editor of the Western Mail and Media Wales. So croeso.
Hello.
Are you all
sit down?
Are you all mic'd up?
Are you all mic'd? You're all mic'd. Hi, lovely to see you.
Mic'd up?
Yeah.
We're just going to get some micing up done. And then, so we're going to have this session, which is chaired by Rachel. And then there's going to be a Q&A, short Q&A with the panel as well for 10 minutes. And then we're going to have a roundtable discussion after that. Okay, are we missing? Lovely. Hi.
No.
I knew I needed my glasses, but I thought I'm missing a whole person here, so we're okay. Glasses can stay off. Lovely. I'll hand over to you, Rachel.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? I don't know what's going on with this mic. I might have to move it a little bit higher up. There we go. Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right? There, okay. So, yeah, you are all going to be sick of me by the end of the day. I'm really sorry. But, you know, I've got a job to do. I know, yes, thank you. I'm not going to apologise anymore. Humongous passion of mine, if you hasn't guessed already, is the media representation. So I'm thrilled to be hosting this panel with various organisation representatives, and they are going to be responding to the challenge of how we get better disability representation. So I'm going to start with Emma, and everybody's going to do 5 minutes, a little presentation of how they're doing.
Here.
Start with Emma.
For full disclosure, I've got ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, so I'm going to set a timer for myself because I'm time blind and I will go over.
That's fine. That's fine. Time is not real. It's okay.
So, yeah, thank you for inviting us here today and letting us speak. It's super important, all of the discussions that have taken place so far, and it's been wonderful actually sitting back and listening to all of the speakers. So at ITV Cymru Wales, I'm just going to give you an overview of what we are doing diversity and inclusion-wise. So as a significant employer and broadcaster in Wales, we have a crucial role to play to use our platform to reflect the diversity of modern Wales. So this is essential if we are to remain relevant to our audiences, attract the best possible talent and creative ideas, and maintain our role at the heart of popular culture. So as part of our we have a number of activities. We monitor the diversity of our on-screen portrayal and feed these findings to the news and current affairs team so that colleagues are aware of where we need to make improvements. In our newsroom, we have a live, real-time diversity dashboard up on our screen that outlines our diversity portrayal data in a simple form to our team. This live dashboard informs us how well we're doing in ensuring representation and diversity in our news and programmes. Featuring and telling diverse stories is a constant piece of work, both in the stories we select to tell and in how and who tells them. We are dependent on a diverse workforce to remain in touch with our audiences, and our headline diversity workforce data highlights that. So in ITV Cymru Wales, so our deaf, disabled or neurodivergent colleagues, we have 21.6%. Sorry, I'm talking away from my mic. And in the screen sector as a whole, so these are from ITV Cymru Wales and statistics from Creative Wales, there was 19%. So people of colour, we have 5.3% in the office compared to 2% in the Wales screen sector. Lesbian, gay or bisexual is 15.8%. Women, we are really strong in this area, so we've got 63.2% of ITV Cymru Wales is women. And working class socioeconomic background is 31.1%. And so this is taken from data of 106 of our colleagues. So also, as part of our social purpose strategy, ITV Cymru Wales is proud to be involved in several initiatives to increase diversity both on screen and behind the screen. So for the last decade, we've had a vibrant diversity panel, which Disability Wales sit on. So Alex Osborne sits for Disability Wales on that panel. And we bring together a wide range of stakeholders in Wales to inform our content strategy and commissioning decisions. Our Diversity and Communities project aims to help build local community confidence in ITV News and our teams, and to educate our newsrooms on the different ethnic communities, faiths and races that we serve. So our schools outreach programme is aimed at students in Year 10 and above to inspire young people at a time when their career choices are beginning to take shape. So the overall aim is to illustrate all of the news programmes that ITV Cymru Wales produces and highlighting the great variety of jobs in the media industry to inspire pupils to connect with us that otherwise might not. Our insight placement schemes offer work experience opportunities to individuals we connect with in the schools and communities projects that we do, with the aim of reaching out to those who wouldn't usually put themselves forward for such opportunities. We are an award-winning employer of apprentices working in partnership with Skill Cymru, that's been mentioned already this morning, with most of our recruits coming from an underrepresented background and going on to either secure permanent roles with ITV or other media companies in Wales. So, along with Creative Wales and our other broadcasters, ITV has financially contributed, I can't even speak, I'm sorry. Contributed, why do I struggle with that word so much? Contributed, and now I've lost my place, to the founding of the pilot project, Culture Connect Wales, to increase diversity in TV and in film in Wales, opening new pathways and opportunities for people from underrepresented communities in Wales, and ensuring that the sector reflects both on and off screen. Those communities are a vital part of the work we should be doing every day. So we've also offered media familiarisation. Oh my goodness. I haven't been drinking, honestly. familiarisation sessions to a variety of groups over the years, ranging from the Ethnic Youth Support Team, Women's Equality Network, Chwarae Teg and the Football Association of Wales. So we're particularly pleased to be in the second year of our successful partnership with Mencap Cymru. The partnership between ITV Cymru Wales and Mencap Cymru was launched in January 2022 with the aim of helping to break down barriers for disabled people trying to work in the television and broadcasting industry. By working together, we hope to raise better awareness internally and externally to ensure that people with a learning disability have a greater access to employment opportunities. I'm just going to quickly finish this off because I am over time, I'm sorry. So we've held a number of activities since the partnership was established, including hosting several media training days for people who were supported by Mencap Cymru. The objective of these days is to open our doors to people with learning disabilities and give them the opportunity to be in front of the camera, behind the camera, reading news bulletins, presenting the weather and much more. We've had great feedback, both from colleagues and from people who have been part of these days, and we intend to hold more of these days over the coming months. You can enjoy a taste of our media training days. We can share the video. Sara Picard, who is here today, and we'll be hearing from her a little bit later on this afternoon. She recently joined our ITV Cymru Wales team for a 5-week secondment, and the main aim of the secondment was to help us as a team to try and understand the right support an employee with a learning disability would need from us. The secondment was an invaluable experience for both Sara and for us as a team, and I'm sure that Sara will talk about her highlights that she had when she worked with the team at ITV. So the partnership has had an invaluable impact on us at ITV Cymru Wales and in many different ways. So it's the introduction of the partnership has helped to educate the team about the benefits of hiring disabled employees. So not only did Sara's secondment and presence in the office bring joy to the team, it also increased colleagues' confidence, especially those who may have had little or no experience of communicating with people with a learning disability. The partnership has increased the on-screen representation of people with learning disabilities within ITV Cymru Wales' news coverage and programmes. So as a direct result of the partnership, we have covered numerous stories originating from Mencap Cymru and Sara herself, and we have used more people with a learning disability as on-screen contributors and case studies as a result. Crucially, the partnership has helped us to understand how to access the right support and employ the right support an employee with a learning disability would and what they would need from us. So finally, it has helped develop the team's confidence in thinking about employing people with a disability in future. So I think it's super important that we use our platform as ITV Cymru Wales and other media industries to highlight the inequalities and strive for a more equitable society. And continue to tell the stories of disabled people, good and bad, in order to make the necessary changes.
Brilliant, thank you. Okay, Sian, your turn.
Thank you, thank you. Pnawn da, good afternoon everybody. I'm Sian Gwynedd, Head of Culture and Partnerships at BBC Wales. Before I start talking about what BBC Wales have been doing over the past year, I just want to speak to Trevor and just really apologise. It sounds like your experience was not a positive one. I'm really sorry, I didn't see that story going out, and I will go back and look at it. But
on the computer in the corner.
Okay, yeah, really happy to chat to you afterwards, but I'm really sorry that it wasn't, a positive experience for you. And I think what I'm going to talk about today, I suppose, is a journey that we're on, and, we're not there yet, and we've got a lot more work to do, and we've obviously got more training to do with some of our journalists. But thank you for raising the point. It's really important that we talk about what doesn't go well as some of the more positive things. I am going to talk briefly today about a project we've been running across the year, which you've heard mentioned today, which is Talk Disability, Siarad Anabledd. About a year ago, a group of us came together at BBC Wales and looked at what we were doing around disability, both in terms of content and workforce. And to be completely honest, the answer was not enough. Collectively, we decided we needed to do much more than a week or a month focusing on disability, and decided to do a year. We were also struck by a statistic that we came across, which was that 1 in 4 non-disabled people admit that they avoid speaking to disabled people, with the biggest barrier being the fear of getting it wrong. So we decided we wanted to try to start to change that, both in terms of audiences and also, importantly, internally with our staff. Before I talk about what we've done over the year so far, I should say that we've worked really closely with, throughout with Ability, which is our staff network for disabled staff at BBC Wales. And Jordan is with us today. He's the chair of BBC Ability. We've also worked closely in partnership with Disability Wales and have leaned into their expertise and experience. We couldn't have done Talk Disability without them. So, really quickly, Talk Disability has 4 main elements, and I'll talk you through what those are today. So I'll start with content. We have been running more stories about disability across our services and platforms in both languages. Highlights have included starting the year with a series of A Special School, which featured Ysgol in Penarth. We commissioned a series of authored short films for iPlayer about non-visible disabilities, including autism, depression and ADHD. And Selena's here today, who's one of the people who did the films. Our radio stations and our news and digital service have been running stories almost weekly throughout the year. Obviously, listening to Trevor and others today, we've still got a lot more learnings to do, but I'm glad to say that we are running more stories and highlighting more of those stories. We've also been focusing on increasing the number of contributors on air who have disabilities, another area where we needed to improve, recognising that not all disabled people, to Rachel's point earlier today, want to talk to the media about their disability. They also want to contribute, obviously, about a lot of other things. Secondly, staff education has been another key feature of Talk Disability. Many of our staff admitted that they had a fear of getting it wrong, especially in terms of language. We've run workshops about inclusive language and communication, building confidence to talk about disability. We ran a session about the work of Disability Wales, how we can take actions to become disability allies and make the workplace more inclusive. We know a lot of our staff don't declare their disabilities, so we were really aware that our staff also, we need to be inclusive when we do have disabled staff. We heard from speakers such as Paralympian Olivia Breen and presenters such as singer and presenter Bronwyn Lewis talking about her ADHD. We also heard from some of our disabled staff about their lives, their careers, some of their experiences and how we can be more inclusive and supportive. Hearing them speak very openly and honestly about their lived experience of disability had a real impact on our staff and without doubt improved their understanding of different disabilities. Thirdly, workforce, which is something we've heard a lot about today, and I can't emphasise the importance of this. Workforce was another area where we felt we needed to do much more. Over the past few months, we've been running a pilot traineeship programme. We offered 4 paid 8-week placements for disabled people in news, Radio Wales and with our technology and operations teams. Again, working with Disability Wales on these. More than 80 people applied for the places and the results have been positive. The trainees felt they gained hands-on experience and more confidence to apply for roles in the media. And to be honest, we learned as much from them as they did from us. And we're aiming to run the scheme again next year. We're also part of what's called in BBC, a scheme called BBC Extend. This is a positive action scheme where we can ring-fence jobs for disabled people. And we will be advertising more Extend roles over the next year. We know that our workforce needs to reflect the audiences that we serve, and this is a priority for us. The fourth element of Talk Disability has been public engagement. We've worked with our tours team at Central Square to welcome more disabled people into our building and to hear their views about BBC Wales and our content. We've made our tours more accessible. We've worked with special schools, university, youth services and charities. And this Sunday, for example, we'll be offering a BSL English Interpreted tour for the first time. That's a really quick summary of some of what we've been doing this year. I can't emphasise enough the importance of working with disabled colleagues on all of this. Their input and ownership of Talk Disability has been instrumental, and I think, as we've heard today from the speakers that you've already heard, you know, we can't change that unless we really embrace our disabled colleagues and people who have that lived experience. So, as Trevor's pointed out earlier, we've still got a lot of work to do at BBC Wales, but it does feel like we've at least talked about disability a lot more this year with our staff and with our audiences, which is at least a start and something we can build on. Diolch. Thank you.
Rhian, do you want to talk about your stuff now?
Hi, prynawn da. So I'm Rhian Chapel from S4C. I'm very, very new to the industry, so I was a teacher and a deputy head in a primary school up until May, and I've escaped. So I think for S4C, the role existed a couple of years ago, and then it kind of stopped. So I started in June, so it's early days for us in S4C. I think something I'm quite passionate about and something that's been brought up today and something I'm trying to push with our commissioners is what I call our kind of triangle. And if you imagine the top of the triangle being quite explicit, so if you're looking at ethnicity or you're looking at sexuality or disability, there still does need to be that kind of type of programming that is quite direct and is educating and is talking about those experiences. A lot of our kind of documentary and factual programming, a lot which we get commissioned from ITV, fill that kind of bit of our triangle. But what we're seeing is our big, big gap, you know, and I'm not saying that part of the triangle is where we want it to be, but lower down that triangle and that kind of subliminal kind of exposure. People, you know, like Sian was saying, and you said earlier, not always feeling, right, I'm on this programme because I'm disabled and I've got to talk about my disability, you know, because it's revisiting trauma for lots of people. And we do need to have that natural exposure where people of all different protected characteristics are there, nothing to do with that kind of one side of their personality or their life. So I think one successful programme that we've got coming out is a comedy written by Kieran Fitzgerald. Really raunchy, really funny. And I think we need to be more of those kind of programmes, not always feeling, like you said earlier, that we're kind of feeling sorry for the disabled community. Workforce-wise, we're really, really, really far behind. And I think a slight issue that we have, maybe the ITV and BBC doesn't, is the language. All of our commissioning has to come through the Welsh language. So I'm opening up and asking for help, really, of anybody who has any ideas or any ways that we can reach out to those people who are Welsh speakers from the disabled community that are interested in working in the television industry. You know, we need to hear from them. How can we support you? Because, you know, truth be told, you're not in that industry. Your stats are amazing. You know, really, really, where you're hitting higher, we're not hitting anywhere where we need to be with lots of the kind of protected characteristics. So I'd be really interested if anybody wants to come have a chat and anyone's got the magic answer. Interested in what the kind of ministers were saying from the government. There are lots of schemes out there, but I think I would like to see something a bit more challenging, maybe being put out there, that, you know, we've got targets and quotas and having a kind of a Creative Wales approach, that we're all kind of, you know, a database that we can get access to. It does seem tokenistic, and I know it seems tokenistic, but we're all trying to find these people because we want them there. You know, what they offer is that insight that we need, that kind of lived experience is what we need. So I'd be really interested to kind of speak to the panel later about how we can a bit more joint up thinking, because it's difficult, and we're not finding the answers in S4C, and we need support. The last thing I'll just talk about then is we're starting our panels. We've got 3 panels. What we kind of said when we went out and started looking for people was we didn't need Welsh speakers, we didn't need people from the industry. What we're really interested in about is hearing from. So we've had our ethnically diverse community one, we've got our disability one, and Ellen is here, Ellen Williams.
There she is. Trying to hide, pretending she's
Alice,
not here.
Ellen and Alex is also going to be joining our one on Thursday. And it's you know, the ethnically diverse community one was a really, really hard 2 hours, but that's what we need, I think, sometimes. We really need a wake-up call of, you know, we're not doing enough, it's not good enough, and we welcome that, and I definitely welcome that in my job. So yeah, for us it's about improving like on-screen. I think our on-screen with kind of ethnically diverse communities has really improved, but disabilities in S4C is a big void at the moment, and it needs a lot of work, and it's that's a big target with the protected characteristics now is disability.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Thank you.
No worries.
And finally, Catherine.
Hello. Hi. I'm Catherine Pascoe. I'm editor of the Western Mail. I also work within the Wales Online newsroom. So we're, as the print Western Mail and then the Wales Online, part of Media Wales. So that's kind of our company. So all the reporters in our newsroom, which is actually quite small, it's about 35 reporters in all, which cover topics from lifestyle and married at first sight through to politics and business, and you know, have expertise in those areas. So it's about organising that newsroom each day to deliver the content that we want. Now, every reporter I know and works in our newsroom wants to do that reporting fairly accurately and as humanly as possible. They want to reflect what's happening in our communities, and because we're Wales Online, that's Wales. So I think there's a but there, that comes through the prism of their lived experience. If they don't know something, how are they aware of it? And I think when I look back, I did my training 25 years ago, possibly a little bit longer, and it was very formalised. It was your law, your media law, your public administration, how do councils work, how does politics work, and that kind of awareness, if it wasn't part of your lived experience, how did you gain that? So taking a leadership role within our newsroom is something that we've certainly within the last few years been working towards, is ensuring that our young reporters and our new reporters and even our more established reporters, we're kind of breaking down some of those beliefs that they may have held, some of those nervousnesses of approaching a subject. You know, because there's nothing worse, and I think I had it as a young reporter, where you have an editor shouting at you because you've said the wrong thing, or you've written the wrong thing, or even worse, you get a phone call from a trusted contact because you've pissed them off, essentially, because you've framed it wrongly. And you don't want to learn in that way. You want to do it the responsible way. So as a newsroom, what we've done within the last few years is taken action towards doing that. So enabling our reporters to gain more confidence in what they do each day and how they report the communities around us. And that's so important. So how we do that responsibly. So it's involved training. It's involved having people in for conversations. Some of them really challenging because we do get it wrong at times. But with every conversation, we've learned from those conversations and taken it on board and implemented training or policies within the newsroom, whether that's inclusive language through to how we approach certain issues. And as part of that, we also have a group of us within the newsroom. So there's about 8 of us who meet every other week as part of our kind of diversity and inclusion commitment to talk about our coverage, where are we getting it wrong, where are we getting it right, where can we be better, are the reporters aware of everything they need to be, actually need to pick them up on something and change their tone of language around something, is there an area we haven't done enough on? And certainly what we've learned more certainly with the rise of digital and online content is just how human you need to make stories and how that gains you readership. So if you're not getting to the nub of a person's story, it loses the interest. It's not what the story should be. So it's ensuring that our stories and our reporters are really getting to people's reality and their lived experience. And so it's empowering them to do that. So those are very honest conversations we have in the newsroom, and those conversations lead down great routes. You know, for instance, we had a conversation about disability. We've done some content this year that's been really, really good. Others we've kind of not reflected how it should be. And we invited Alex Harrison in to talk to us initially as a group, and then she came in about a month ago to talk to the newsroom, which went down so well. People felt invested in, they felt they could ask those questions, they felt more confident as reporters. And that led to an invitation to come here today. And it is about that network, it is about that communication. So the more we can build those networks, the more we can have those conversations, the more we can help you tell your stories. Brilliant. And that's the exciting thing with becoming more digital as well, is that you can tell those stories in so many ways. You know, we as a news organisation, we used to be just print. 600 words, a picture. Now it's really exciting. You can do it on TikTok, you can do it on YouTube, you can get messages across on social, and there are so many ways to storytell. And that's what we can be taking advantage of. So, also should say, we're part of a wide organisation called Reach, which is the biggest news publisher in print in the UK. So, full declaration. So, and we also have titles like the Manchester Evening News and Liverpool Echo, you know, established brands. And as part of that Reach group, we have a diversity and inclusion officer, Julie Humphreys. And she's doing Dr. Julie very well. She's doing a lot of work, and part of that is something called Reach Out for Inclusion. So if you as a reporter are sat in your newsroom, whether that's in Manchester or in Hull or in Scotland or in Cardiff, or in your home, because we all work from home quite a lot as well these days, which is great, that's enabling as well. And we see content that someone in Reach has produced and we don't like it because of the tone it sets, because of how it's described someone, we can report that either with our name or anonymously, and that's considered. And if there needs to be kind of rectifying action on that, then that's done. And the person who kind of heads that working group is Alison Phillips, who's editor of The Mirror. So that's important. It's just having those confident alleyways that we can go, and avenues that we can go down to you know, ensure we're trying to get it right. And yes, there's work to be done. Of course there is. There always will be. But we are seeing it, you know, those conversations happening, and that's great. That's brilliant.
Thank you. So we've got a roving microphone somewhere. We're going to open the floor up for questions. This gentleman here, right down the front. Hello.
Hi. Is that working?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Okay, I'm John Luxton, and I'd like to ask you all a question. It's great to hear that you're all on some kind of journey to get from where you are now to where you want to get to. But the press and the media in this country have been on this journey. So I'd like to take you back to one simple area that I think highlights this. In COVID, when our BAME population was proved to be dying at a higher rate, everybody quite rightly was very angry about that. They were looking for the socio-economic factors which led to the death of people from our BAME population at a much higher rate, because it wasn't acceptable. Yeah. When we recognised that disabled people, that 68% of the dead were disabled people. 68% of COVID deaths in Wales were disabled people. None of you, no press or organisation in Wales, really took it seriously, and particularly the Wales Online, hardly a line about it. And when the broadcast media reported on it, they turned it into a human interest story, tagged it to some kind of cheesy little thing about some family tragedy, which of course is a tragedy, but it doesn't need to be handled that way. And if you can't understand the actual significance of a death rate like that, what can you understand?
Yeah, I agree. So I think the question here is, how do we do better on things like that? Anybody?
I think it comes down to that conversation. You know, when you see those figures, because during COVID, certainly when you look at our newsroom and the resource we had, and we've never had such a massive readership because of what was going on within the country. So you're responding to that. So all your resources. So it's almost kind of how you effectively pause and say, actually, that's the responsible avenue we should be looking at. That's it. And it's conversations that if you don't like what's been covered or you think we're missing something, yeah, you know, do have that conversation with us. Yeah. You know,
Organization is quite powerful.
Sorry, say that again.
And I'm in a strong position I work for.
I agree.
And I still couldn't get that change.
I agree. It was something that I really struggled to happen with the media as well. Right. Anybody else want to look on that?
I mean, I think it's also linked to the workforce and whether we have enough disabled people working for us, and those decision makers. You've heard other people talk about it today. Those editorial decision making. Who's making those?
Yeah, that's it.
And it's all linked, isn't it? Without that diverse workforce, we're not going to make more diverse content. So I think the importance of not separating them out and absolutely recognising the importance of that as well is key.
Yes. Anybody? Hello. Yes. We've got online questions, I believe. Is it? Or I don't know. I'm being directed somewhere. Who wants to ask? I'm being directed.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, thank you for being here today. This morning I was listening to the news, and they were talking about solar panels.
Okay.
And they were saying that it's a devolved matter, and they were saying that all new buildings should be built with solar panels, which I agree. And then this took me into my disability head, and then I realised, oh right, you know that. So then I'm very aware that when you're disabled, especially when you've got mobility issues, that it's really hard just getting an accessible house. And so I was, and so you know, people can be sort of like almost like in prison in a house, you know, waiting for the disability grant so that they can have their house to be accessible. And so then I just noticed, okay, so then in Wales we can do the same as with the solar panels. We can ask the Welsh government to make sure that all new buildings are at least the ground floor are accessible, like they do in the Netherlands. And so I was thinking, how could you use something like the solar panels and actually use that as education around disability, you know, so that you can start saying about the planning and how, you know, you start off with solar panels and then, you know, educate the public almost about what the need is. So, you know, how is that possible? Is my question.
I think it goes back, you know, to, it's not an answer, but I think, like Sian was saying, you know, we're a very white, able-bodied industry, and that is a massive, massive issue, because what you're going to get then is, you know, in that commissioning room or in that kind of meeting room, you know, we might have heard that story, and with the greatest respect of, you know, the next story could be about, you know, living crisis and people go with what they know and what affects them.
Yeah.
So I think having, you know, those kind of advice panels, like Sian was saying, once you've got that great diverse workforce, then you have got more people around the table in the morning, you know, when you're getting your coffee, saying, well, actually, this really got on my nerves this morning, and we're really, really lacking. And I think it's, you know, we, S4C, do like a report at the end of the day on any kind of comments that are made on Twitter, for example, and then those are seen by the whole workforce the following morning. So I think pushing the agenda, you know, at S4C, at ITV Wales, at BBC Cymru, I want this, because it's getting that message across. Is something I feel, and going back to what John was saying earlier, is I had a fantastic quote in a diversity conference once, a Muslim producer saying, you know, as a minority, we didn't break the system, but we're always asked to fix the system. Yeah. And that is something that's really got to change. And, you know, you as a community, sadly, like lots of the kind of minority community, have got to fight and have got to fight and have got to fight to be heard. But until the workforce changes massively, so that was, you know, what I wanted Welsh Government to be. They've got lots of lovely schemes in place, but I'd love to see it being a bit more joint-up thinking with education and, you know, like you go into schools in year 10, how are we, you know, when I was teaching and my cousin's wife was teaching, the government were desperate for French and Spanish teachers. So she got offered this to be paid for, and if she got a job in the first year, this was paid for, and if that became a permanent contract, she got paid again, all these lovely lump sums. And I'm thinking, why can't we do that with protected characteristics? There's, you know, there's this kind of fair playing field, but I think it's so broken and it's been so unfair that for the next 5 years we should be able to, like you, I'm interested, you saying about some jobs being ring-fenced for people with protected characteristics. There needs to be this massive, you know, it needs to be addressed and tackled quickly so that we do get to that workforce. So that's very long-winded, which I'm very long-winded. But that's it, having those voices in your ears daily, because we only know what we know, and sadly we only socialise with people similar to us most of the time.
I'm really sorry, we're dead push for time, so I'm going to go over here. Absolutely.
I stood in the right place for the camera, the live stream.
Yeah.
Right, I've got two specific questions. I know we don't have the time, but I'm hoping you'll allow me to ask them.
Mm-hmm.
So when I want to ask Emma from ITV Cymru, you mentioned statistics. 26.1% of the workforce are deaf or disabled or neurodiverse. So I wonder how you break that down. Like, how many people are actually deaf? Because you've grouped them all together. So it's difficult then to see what specific categories these figures include. Because as disabled people, we're all different.
Yes.
Absolutely.
My second question for the panel. I'm just wondering, last week I was working on a TV set. It's a show. Studio, sorry. And we had deaf and hearing people there working, and we worked really well together. And it was a wonderful, positive experience for me. And the hearing staff could sign. It didn't matter if they were fluent or not, but, you know, it was a hello, how are you, thank you, just basic sign language. And I felt so included. And I'm wondering if you need to be thinking about how, not just a tick box, oh, we've got deaf this and the deaf that, but that you need to really think about how to be actually really inclusive for deaf and disabled people, so that they really, really, really feel included, you know. And from the outset, how do we, you know, we need to be empowered. We need to be empowered with programs and life experience. There are so many stories out there. that there's so many barriers, especially within training. So you need to be coming to us to say to us, what sort of training can we provide you? And by giving our life stories, that's also training. And not to edit it so that it comes across as being bitty. Yeah, we need to be part of that full process.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's nothing I don't agree with. Yeah. How do we make it more inclusive for deaf people and that it's not just a quota is what I think we should go with from there. Anyone? Emma, I'm going to ask you specifically, how do we break down the statistics? Are the statistics broken down anywhere, or is it all just lumped together?
So the statistics, so for ITV Cymru Wales, the 21% is like a mixture of people. So we have wheelchair users, we do have deaf people.
Is it broken down though? Can we see these as broken down statistics anywhere?
I haven't got them here on this briefing, but yes, we could get those details.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think for absolutely. Okay, fantastic. Anywhere else? Where else are we going? This one right down the front here. Oh, hang on. Where am I going? I'm being told off. Oh, we're going online. Let's go online. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's busy. It's very busy. I'm so sorry.
Question from Louise Holden. Politicians often lead the negative narrative on disabled people in media. What can your organisations do to counter this narrative?
Yes, I agree. Who wants to take that one?
I mean, I think, just, somebody was saying this morning, everybody's different and everybody's story is different. And I think it is about authentically capturing all stories and how we portray those stories. And, they're not all negative. There are so many positive stories, I think, across organisations. Admittedly, we don't get them all right. But I think... I was in a staff session yesterday at BBC Wales with Bronwyn and Lois talking about her ADHD, and it was a brilliant moment where she talked about all the positive attributes if you've got ADHD, so that other staff are aware of all the positives. And you think, that maybe we don't always think enough about the positives, but I think we do need to do that, and we need to educate our staff to think in that way. But I think, absolutely, I think it's about... really being aware that not all the stories are negative. And also I think it was Natasha this morning who talked about remembering who our audiences are. And there's a really high percentage of disabled people in Wales, and we provide services for them. So, we do need to think about stories in relation to that audience and how we make stories relatable to them. So I think... it's thinking about those individual stories and just being aware of the breadth of what we do and the balance of stories, because there are going to be some that are negative, but I think it's about the balance.
Thank you.
Similar to Sian, it's having that kind of policy in your commissioning room. If you are going to go with something that is quite traumatic and, highlights negative experiences, where then on your commissioning slate have you got something for that protected characteristics that celebrates and has a positivity to it, so you're always keeping that kind of balanced view and balanced education moving forward.
Yes, I agree. Thank you. Yes, last one. What was the last one, Alex?
Okay, so the last question is, how are the media covering our conference on the news? Is anyone, and how?
That is a fantastic question. Is it being covered? What was that, sorry?
No, we have meetings in secret to talk about it. Just in case people say bad things on Twitter.
Okay, who's covering it? Are any of you guys covering it?
I don't think we are.
Are you?
Obviously, BBC Cymru Wales are here. I'm trying to scan. I don't think we are covering it today, but, we are here to find stories and contacts and to take things away as well. So we are here representing BBC Wales.
So I would say for the Western Mail and Wales Online that we are here and we are listening out for stories and contacts, as said by Sian. And if there is a line from this conference, once we review what's been said, then we will look at covering that. what I would also encourage is that if you feel you represent an organisation or have a viewpoint that if you want to write a piece for us, then we'll also have a serious look at that as well about
in your coverage, you're going to have sign at the same time.
None of us are covering it.
When you report it back, when you go back to your individual station, right, and put this out on the news, this conference took place, this is what was happening, right? Are you going to do it in sign language as well as by voice?
Well, for us, we're print, so it wouldn't necessarily work as sign.
There needs to be much more combined sign and voice, which is a major problem at the moment.
I think he's finished.
Yeah, sorry, I've just been given the mic. Right, if you're going to report a story, right,
about doing
your
it
various
in
TV
ways,
programs, right? Yes, you need somebody doing sign right alongside you.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
This is something that's happening. We've got so much news coming through, right? But so little sign being done. So the deaf community being left out. And that is totally wrong.
Okay, I think we're going to ask, because it's Rhian, we're going to let Rhian speak. But I think Miranda, how are we doing for time? Are we?
I have Rhian's question and one to Sean.
Okay, fine. Okay. Rhian's got a
I get 2 microphones now.
Oh, you got 2. I'm so sorry, we've run over so much.
2 mics
It needed to be said.
Yeah, so as you know, I'm Chief Executive of Disability Wales, and obviously we're working with each of you in partnership, and we're really pleased to do that. And and I know you've acknowledged a number of my colleagues, in the work you're doing. But I do hope you've picked up the mood in the room. Because this is. Today's been about, a challenge around media representation for disabled people, and the fact that none of our broadcasters or none of our media have got this on their front, on their news, on their front pages, is really disappointing. And I think there is a feeling that the media kind of use up people, use our stories, use our experiences, but we're not getting anything back. And so I'm sorry to be heading into lunch on this view, but I know people are feeling quite angry about it. So I do hope that you will all take this message back to your colleagues in the newsrooms, and please do better.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, last one. Where is he? George, there he is.
Abusing my position as being the mic runner to ask.
You are absolutely abusing your position. Go for it.
This kind of builds on John's question previously around the way you do report certain stories. I know, Rachel, you've tried to bring forward guidelines on disability, but there are clear guidelines on areas like mental health reporting. Reach and Wales Online, sorry to pick on the print journalists, terrible on this topic and completely ignore guidelines from organisations like Samaritans, especially when reporting on self-harm and suicide, the more serious end of the topic. So I'm just wondering, you say you're listening, but when there are clear guidelines, you've not listened.
No,
that's part of the question.
I'm really concerned you say that and have that impression, because we've had the Samaritans come in and talk to us on such guidelines for at least once a year for the last 5 years, except for COVID. And we talk through with our reporters why it's important, and we have various measures in place. So I'm really interested to know why you have that impression, because that's not what
I think it's an impression of print media on a whole. I will say that Reach is possibly one of the better ones, but I think it's because when you do have, as a majority, that most reporters don't have this experience, and even when the guidelines is there, they don't pay attention to it. You've got to have something that's making people listen, I think that's the problem, that people are, the guidelines are, even when the guidelines are there, people are still not paying attention to it. And it's when it comes to not necessarily news stories, but things like comment pieces that are still going to be... I mean, there's been comment pieces that have gone out while we're recording, saying things like ADHD isn't real, saying things about mental health, it's always going to be there. That's the problem. It's not just us, but yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Can I just make a comment, please? I probably need a mic because I'm loud enough. You do need a mic.
Sorry. Can I just make a comment? Intrinsic discrimination Nation seems to be rife everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
For every subject. Can you please bear in mind, with all of your conversations, when you say disabled people, we're people first.
Yeah.
We are people who happen to have a disability attached to us that lives with us 24/7. It's something that we can't escape from. It's something that we have to find ways around or over the barriers that are in front of us. So please, in all of your language, we are people with disabilities.
No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're not. We're disabled people. The whole point is... Our whole thing is social model. God, I've never had such a visceral reaction. I'm sorry. No, we're not. We're disabled people.
It's personal.
It is. It's personal. Oh, yeah, absolutely. If you want to be...
If somebody wants to be a person with disability, it's our choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. But on a whole...
I'm going to use my loud voice as someone from Disability Wales to say everyone is 100%...
You're all entitled to your own opinion.
Whatever you
Yeah.
like, but at Disability Wales, we do follow the social model. So we would refer to people as disabled people. If people want to refer to them themselves as with disabilities, that's absolutely
That's absolutely it, yeah. It's asking people how they prefer to be spoken about and using the way people prefer to be spoken about. But at the same time, not being afraid. So I'm sorry to scream no in your face there, but yeah, I think there's a very fine balance. It's using what people prefer, but also acknowledging that we do have these things, you know?
I think just from back to what Sian was saying, I understand that, people, and something we're trying to get our staff to do is not to fixate on the actual language, but it's opening up that how do you identify is a really big thing. But, I speak on me and maybe the other panel, we've had a bit of a kick in from you, and that's what we need. You need to keep putting the pressure on because it isn't good enough, and none of us have sat here and said that we're at the end of any journey. People are at different places, and just to what the chief executive was saying, we've got to do better. And for myself, and maybe the panel might agree, we've taken it on board, and we're not kind of leaving and feeling we've done something today just by being here.
Yeah.
Keep putting that pressure on, keep, shouting at us or whatever to make us realise that we're not representing your characteristics nearly enough.
Yeah, fantastic. I agree. Right, I've gotten things. Natasha, was it Natasha? Yeah, I've got many things that I told him it 3 times. Sorry.
I realised that I missed an opportunity earlier to include sign language in my own speech. So I want to apologise for that. And it's important to show that leadership, to be inclusive at every opportunity that we have. So even with all of my experience, I still make mistakes as well. So thank you for that quick opportunity.
It's all right. Right, I'm really sorry, but we've got to go to lunch now. We're all starving. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you for the panel. Thank you for your amazing questions. I'm sorry we couldn't get to you all, but it is lunchtime. There you go. Emma, hello.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Really enlightening, and I think that's thought-provoking going into lunch. So we've got an hour. Because everybody wanted to go into questions, we're not going to do the round table. We're not going to try and shoehorn that in. So lunch is an hour. If it's in box 1 to 4, the quiet space is still box 5. Oh, 7 now. It's moved to 7. I apologise. And then in your welcome packs, you've got evaluation forms. If you can take the opportunity to fill those in, it's really important, and they will impact change. And also don't forget to visit the 10 stalls that we've got around with useful information for you as well. And we'll see you back in an hour. Thank you all. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch. If I can ask you all to come back to take your place for us to start the afternoon session. I hope we all enjoyed your lunch. Sorry for those at home that couldn't participate in the delicious lunch. You missed out. Anyway, thank you. It's been a really interesting morning, lots of food for thought, and we've now got a really, really exciting panel and a showcase for you rather than a panel this afternoon. So I'm really delighted to introduce our three panellists. So we have got three people who are disabled activists and do media work. So Lee Ellery has got a programme Spotlight on Disability on Swan TV, and Lee will be telling you a little bit more about that shortly. And then we've got Sara Picard, who is working with Mencap Cymru, and Selena Caemawr, who's the founder director of the Aubergine Cafe. So I know that we're going to be enthralled for the next half an hour. Applause, a round of applause. I can't get my words out. Warm round of applause for our three showcase panellists.
Well, thank you everyone for inviting me here today to speak. I've been involved in the media in various ways for the last few years. I would say going back as far as 2003. After the International Congress of Young Disabled People, which some of you are familiar with. But with my show, In the Spotlight with Lee Ellery, it's basically showing the positive stories of disabilities and what people face, especially within what we've been discussing today primarily. But like I was saying to some of the people, because I've been interviewing all day, I've been in and out interviewing people all day. And like I've said to every one of them, what can we do to improve the way the perception of disabled people is more visible within the media? And this is where I think my show on Swan TV shines a light on that. And a very positive one. This panel session is being filmed today to go in as part of my show, which is number 10. I've done 10 shows since I've launched the show on the 27th of June. And over that time, I feel very privileged to be able to front the show, to give people a platform to let them speak for themselves on how their disability makes them feel. And the short video, 90 seconds of it, and you'll hear a bit more from me after the video has been shown. The short video is my first show that I did, which I focused on disability, but in particular in the arts section. So if we can play the video, please. What better way to start than talk about disability in the arts and the media?
Every company has not worked with a disabled creative before. They just don't know how to put things in place that we need.
I don't want to just play the disabled character. I can play just a normal person who happens to have a disability.
So an exercise is a document containing all the things that I need to work successfully in that environment. and you might change it from job to job. It's another thing whether they read it. I don't know if you have this where you've sent an access right and you get there and they say, it's obvious that they haven't looked at it. No. There's still a very medical model outlook from the industry and a lack of understanding of the social model, the lack of implementation of social model practices in order to enable that inclusion.
If these companies don't have disability awareness training or awareness of the actor before they turn up, like you were saying just now, then you're in a bit of a sticky situation, aren't you? Well, I should have introduced who I was actually interviewing. Sorry, I lost off track then. But I was actually interviewing a playwright in his own right, Kieran Fitzgerald. I don't know if some people are familiar with Kieran. And you might recognise the name Cara Jane Riedel, who was played a character called Layla in Tracy Beaker from Series 1 to Series number 5. And what came across to me during that interview, I think people have touched on it all through the day. The media is looking at disabled people in a negative way. And if there's one thing that my show will do, is to try and educate people like the big media organisations, some of whom are here today, and I know if they're not here, they've sent their colleagues here, because I've seen a few of them around. It's my responsibility, I feel, to cover the stories that they're not covering. And if I can be totally honest with you, I haven't covered a negative story yet. They've all been positive. I was saying to Rachel earlier on, over lunch, I'll try and make my programme as positive as I can, and I will speak for the media industry through my programme to the best of my ability. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lee. That was really interesting, and you're always so passionate, so thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Sara Picard, and I like to leave on a circuit of video. I'd like to show you all before we then go on and tell you about the very exciting 5 weeks I had working with ITV Cymru Wales. So I think the video will say it all, but I'll come in and I'll do a little bit after the video.
It's coming to an end.
Yes.
How has these last few weeks been? Because you've done so much, haven't you?
It's definitely been an adventure of a lifetime. I like to think of it like that. I think being involved with so much different aspects of the media that I don't necessarily always think about when I watch the telly. So for me, I think seeing that side of ITV Cymru Wales has taught me a whole different world of just watching ITV on telly.
And I'm trying to think of all the things you've done. You co-presented Sharp End with me.
Yes, that was one of my highlights by far.
One of my highlights too. and you've met all the team behind the scenes, people like Owain, who produces the programme.
Yeah, Owain is fab. He always makes me feel welcome.
And you've seen work with a few of the reporters, and you've done some public affairs work for us.
I have.
So we've been to the Eisteddfod and to the...
And to the Royal Welsh.
What was that like?
It was really, really interesting and great fun.
Because you had to meet loads of people, didn't you?
I did, yes. But I think I've done quite a bit of networking. So I think being in the Royal Welsh and talking to members of the Senate, I felt really at ease and really enjoyed that experience, really. So Rob, what have you learned from having me at ITV Cymru Wales?
I think we've all collectively learned so much, and I think it's what you were saying earlier on about seeing the person, not the disability. And a lot of people in here will not have come across many people in their life with a learning disability. And so you are an ambassador for a lot of people out there.
Bye, guys! But I'll be back. So, from that video then, you just got a very quick snapshot there of exactly just how much it really meant to me to be involved in the fantastic work of ITV Cymru Wales. And one thing I loved about that month was making sure that I was included in as many different aspects of the work of ITV Cymru Wales from the very beginning. So all the meetings, I put myself forward. I'd never say no. So I wanted to be in all the meetings. And as I said, the Royal Welsh, what an amazing couple of days, helping out with people coming into the ITV stand, having a go on the news desk, having a reading from the auto cue. So we had amazing photos of young people coming in and giving it a go to literally anyone. So that was fantastic. I love the social element. I am a very sociable person. I love people. So ITV Cymru Wales are, in my opinion, I'm not going to get emotional when I say this, but they are absolutely superstars. I love every single one of them. So we're spending time, lunchtimes, just kind of eating our lunch together, being in an amazing, fun, bubbly office space. I absolutely love that element. And I now work back at Mancap Cymru, but we do have a strong partnership with ITV Cymru Wales. So that means that a lot of our work that we do around media training, that comes through ITV. And then Rhian and Cap are also heavily involved in all of that. I love doing social media. So I love doing the social media videos every day when I remember to do them. I should say that. And one thing I love doing, so I put together a package for our Learning Disability Week. So that involved me interviewing, I think it was 4 different people, and that was then part of ITV's News at 6, and I co-presented a political debate show called Sharp End. So I don't know if anyone's heard of Sharp End, with the fantastic, I should say that, fantastic Rob Osborne. He's killing me for not saying that, but that was a really meaningful part of my secondment, because it was actually about the 40 years of the All of Wales strategy to close down the institutions where people with disabilities did sadly live majorities of their lives. We're wanting to move away from that model, so we have more community-led accommodation for people, so we don't put them in a box, we don't put them into institutions, we let them have a voice. And I'm really passionate about that because it was actually 40 years of that strategy. And I'm 40 this coming Sunday, so it's relevant to me. It would have been my life in an institution if I was born earlier. So, yeah, a really emotional attachment to that. So I loved heading up that package. It was fantastic. And editing programmes, I'd never even known what goes into putting ITV programmes together. So I learnt about that as well. So I can remember very vividly my first day of that secondment. I was very nervous and it was slightly stressful. I didn't quite know what was going to happen. But very quickly I thought, you know what, I'm just going to throw myself into this. And I absolutely loved it. Sometimes to flower it up is great, but on a serious side, I think sometimes, like today, we've had comfort breaks. I think when you're in a meeting, it's good to have breaks, if it's virtual as well as in person. Put the camera off, grab a coffee, whatever it is. That was something that I learned through ITV, is it's okay to stand up and say, maybe you can do things this way that might help a person who's got a learning disability to fully be included in all areas. So, and another thing then, so through a partnership, and I know that ITV Cymru Wales learned a lot from having me with them, and vice versa. So I know that, for example, when it comes to media programmes, they need to be written from the beginning and presented by people who've got a learning disability. That's key. I think if people who've got a learning disability are in the forefront of whatever it is, whether it's media, whatever it might be, that's the visibility that is going to be crucial for absolutely anything. So I have notes in front of me, I'm trying not to look at them, but to sum it all up, all I'm going to say is I owe ITV Cymru Wales everything. I absolutely loved my month with them. I'm back at Man Cup Cymru now, and our partnership with ITV is going to continue to thrive and continue to grow. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'll shut up now, I've waffled on for far too long. But thank you, everyone.
We could listen to you for ages.
My turn. I'm going to stand if that's okay. I'm a communicator. I used to call myself a writer because I can write very well apparently, but not without a lot of distress. And so I'm like, I'm just going to avoid writing as much as I can, and I'm just going to tell people, if you want to work with me, which I know you do, then you're going to have to figure out a way to make it so that I don't have to write so much. I did do some writing, but you probably can't see it. It's lots of different notes all over the place. So we're going to have a little bit of an ADHD, dyslexia. You get what I mean, yeah, this whole thing going on. I was going to show you a little video, but you can find that on the BBC. Yes, on the Invisible Disabilities programme we were talking about earlier. So I think mine's episode 3. But instead of doing that, I thought what I'd do is perhaps give you 2 truths and a lie. So I'm going to say 3 things. 2 of them are going to be true, at least from my perspective. 1 of them is going to be a lie. I'd love to know which one you think it is. Number 1, I'm a role model. Number 2, I'm an accidental, charismatic cult leader. And number 3, I'm an elder in my community. That means I'm one of the older people in my community, one of the people who has been through a lot and seen some things, but also there aren't actually that many people older than me in my community. So 2 of those things are true, and 1 is a lie. Any guesses? Which one is the lie?
I've actually got a theory that all of them are true.
I like this. I like this theory. I like that
Because
theory.
I'm a dyslexic.
Maybe not the cult.
Maybe not the cult.
Yeah, not the cult.
Does anyone here think that I am an accidental cult leader? Megan, you know the answer to this. No, that's true. It's true. I'm an accidental cult leader. I've managed to kind of create this niche, this organisation, Aubergine Cafe, of neurodivergent people who kind of don't really fit into the other neurodivergent spaces. Can I just say, though, oh gosh, I'm shaking. I don't usually get nervous. This must mean a lot to me. I'm practicing having emotions and sitting with them at the same time. Really hard for me. If you work in media, you know this already, but loads of people in your team are ADHD, and it's one of those industries. And yes, tech desk. I'm looking over there. I go straight to the tech desk to have all the interesting conversations, because that's where all the neurodivergent. Sorry for outing you all. I'm never wrong. Highly unethical to armchair diagnose, but it's true. I'm never wrong. But no, I've somehow got myself into a position where I'm being called a leader, and I don't really see myself as the sort of leader who sort of takes over and tells people what to do. I really hate telling people what to do. I love asking the right questions so that people can come up with their own answers, because I know that whatever problem you have, you've got the answer inside of you, and I want to talk to you about it. I never want to tell people how to think. Unfortunately, as an activist, that's kind of what people come to you for. They want to know what you think, because they want to know how they can perhaps avoid having those difficult conversations where they might say the wrong thing and then get cancelled and this and that. And I know, because I have that same fear. Trying not to swear. Is it okay if I swear? Maybe. I was homeless when I started Aubergine Cafe, and it was that situation, that being at my own personal rock bottom, which meant that I was able to take a risk. Most people who I know in my community are not in the position to be able to take some time out to work on their own creative. Go for that they know is just going to be so difficult, because if they ask for reasonable adjustments, then everyone in the office is going to hate them, because they're like, well, why can't I have noise cancelling headphones? And it's... Lost my train of thought. This is going to happen a few times, so you'll get used to it. This is why I need an editor and a writer. Anyone? So we're a cafe, but the cafe is a tool. It's a space where people can come and be all of their identities at once without having to switch their hat. For me, I mean, if you want me on your team, I tick a lot of boxes in your equality and diversity like criteria stuff, and I'm looking at you again. Sorry. Go on. But I've got so much more to say, and what we wanted to do is really create safe spaces. And in a little way, I feel like, oh gosh, sorry. I knew it was going to be emotional, but I'm just going to move on to the next point. I am an elder in my community. Trigger warning. Feel free to get up and run if you want. But in the last few years, we've had 3 deaths by suicide in our community. And autistic people are a huge, like 7 to 10 times more likely to die by suicide than the general population. When you consider that we make up about 1% by current statistics, we're massively overrepresented, as we are in homelessness and drug addiction. Aubergine Cafe used to be next door to a hostel for people who were just coming out of prison or are in recovery from addiction, sometimes still very much in addiction. And I know that people would stand outside our cafe and go, oh, wow, look at all the autistics, doing great things for themselves. And then next door, it's like, well, how did you get into your situation? And I'm like, we're the same people, divided by circumstance. So as an activist, it's my role really to talk about trauma, to talk about tragedy. But like, our tragedy isn't being disabled at Aubergine Cafe. Our tragedy is that we are the venue and caterer of choice for young neurodivergent people who die by suicide in South Wales. We are who they come to. I'm supporting people in their 20s who are organising like community activities to come together for remembrances, coming together for making burial arrangements. This shouldn't be happening. We're dying and we're trying to keep ourselves alive, each other alive. I think the life expectancy for an autistic person is about, the maximum I found is about 58. I'm 41. For a trans person, it's 28. I'm in my later years in my community. That's a tragedy. And I feel like we're not having these difficult conversations. I'm going to come to number 3, which was actually the first one I said. I'm a role model. I'm not role modeling. Because when I get a lot of attention from me, we all do at Aubergine Cafe. We're approached all the time by radio and film documentary makers, newspapers and so on. But the story that you're hearing, one of the reasons I actually chose not to show any of the video was that actually that is a snapshot. These are some of the difficult things that happened, and then this is the wonderful thing that came out of it. I'm really struggling. I've done this for 5 years, and I don't want to be an activist. I'm a creator. I don't get to create. I know exactly what I need in order to be able to create. I know what my barriers are, if you like. But when I was sat here and looking at the panel earlier, I had a sudden realization. It's like, I don't think I could work for broadcast media. Like, this is all great. I'd love to come and have conversations with you and help you with some of the questions that you have. But I don't think I could have a job with you. I don't think that you'd be able to put up with me. That's how I feel. And so I'm doing what a lot of neurodivergent people do, going self-employed. So I'm going to be taking my own creative steps journey because I want to be the role model that I never got to see for myself. And I'm not doing that by just creating some options for some other people and we're all still struggling and keeping each other alive. No. We need to thrive. We need to start thriving. I don't know how to work with you as broadcasters. I've got so many ideas and contacts and I've been doing a lot of work. I'm really, really stuck. How can I be that role model? If I can't find a way in, how can I expect everyone who's coming to Aubergine for their first opportunity to, We need to know what those professional steps look like. And when our stories are about us and our stories and being neurodivergent and disabled and queer and so on, it's the incidental part of the story or the part where we can go, oh, what brings us together? What are the things that really connect us as humans? Then that's when we're going to be role modeling. For me, what art is using creativity to invoke emotion in someone. I sense that you're feeling something right now, so and feelings are hard, so I didn't think how I was going to end this. Okay, yeah, I think next steps for me is that I'm tired of spreading awareness. I don't know about a lot of people here. We're aware. already? What are the next steps? What are those difficult conversations? And is there anyone who's willing to have those difficult conversations, to role model what making mistakes in public looks like? Because we're all terrified. And we need to role model what it looks like to overcome those mistakes. What is the path out? So that people are willing to actually take some risk and do it in a way where it's okay, and knowing that you making a mistake is a good thing for other people to see and for other people to learn from. It's really hard for me to feel embarrassed, so I'm happy to make those mistakes for you. But I think that's where we're at. We need to go below surface level, and yeah, that's... I'm Selena Caemawr, Shemai.
Thank you so much. I mean, I just don't know how to follow that. To talk about ending the day on a high, inspiration, action. I think if any of the broadcasters in the room want to do anything positive today, just snap these three up immediately. I think it's probably the best decision we'll make this year, if not this decade. You know, have all proven themselves to be valuable, fantastic additions to any workforce. And I'm honestly just listening to your stories, just brilliant. And they shouldn't be just stories. They should just be, this is what we are used to. This is what happens every day. This should not be the exception. It should be the norm. Absolutely should be. So hopefully you'll all be in employment in the big broadcasters by the end of the day. I want to thank everybody, all the organisations, everybody that's been part of the organisation today. I want to thank S4C for sponsoring today's event. I'm glad I remembered that before I end off. Wouldn't sleep tonight. I'm just going to do a really quick summary of some of the notes. I've been busy jotting notes all day. I really wish I hadn't let my shorthand go. Anyway, I have. I've made some notes. I really don't know how to follow you guys, but I'll have a really quick go. I think the key thing that's come across is representation and misrepresentation. It's still the same old story. So we've heard words like, vulnerable, victims, feeling of pity. These continue to be reinforced messages by the media. And it's outdated. There's no need for it anymore. There's absolutely no excuse for it. And broadcasters, I was having a chat with Rhian earlier, and she's saying the broadcasters continue to set the agenda. Until they've got good, accurate representation within the workforce, that can't continue to happen because, it's not proper, accurate representation. They're setting an agenda that they don't understand. So that's something for you broadcasters to go off and work on as well. Rachel said this morning that disabled people often apologise. We need to stop apologising for other people's ignorance and lack of knowledge and understanding. So no more apologising after today. A key sentiment of what Rachel said this morning, that we watch things on television and we hear things on the radio, and we maybe don't always remember the storylines, but we remember how they made us feel. And that's really, really important. And that's something that, again, the broadcasters must take into account. There's a responsibility on broadcasters to ensure those feelings are of pride and inclusivity and not of embarrassment or shame. So it's really, it's that kind of subliminal messaging that can have a huge impact. So Natasha said in broadcasting, disability representation is very low, with 6% off-screen and 8% working online, which is much lower than the general statistics of disabled people. And newspapers don't even collect that data, so we can't even compare like with like. So where do we start with this? There's lots of schemes to get disabled people into the workplace, but where are the schemes to keep them in the workplace? And nowhere near enough for them to get them to progress through the ranks and into positions of influence. So these start-up, let's get people in through the door, let's do a 6-month, we've got a budget for 6 months for somebody. What happens after that? So there's a responsibility to follow up and make sure that these are not just token gestures. Jane Hutt said the government recognises the inequality that inequalities faced and is committed to addressing the problem. We heard of the task force and many working groups. They're already implementing action, she said, not waiting for the conclusion of the task force. She said we've got to be bold, we've got to be determined and have to deliver. Great, sounds absolutely fantastic. But again, what happens at the end of that task force? What happens at the end? I know they're baby steps. I would ask the question, is that enough? I'd push back and ask, How many disabled people and those with learning disabilities work for Welsh Government? Do they practice what they preach? So it's all well and you know, this is how you should be doing things. Are they practicing what they preach? They may well be, I don't know, but that's a question I feel needs to be asked. Dawn Bowden was very frank when she said that representation in the media can be described at best as lazy and at worst ableism. Real authentic representation can't come soon enough. This is a good time to remind you, I feel, that the Minister said to get in touch if you have a project that needs funding. So, you know, if you don't ask, you don't get. They've you know, said today, if you've got projects, there's funding available. So let's see if we can speed up this change in action a little bit. So I'll only be 2 minutes more. Sian Gwynne has said the BBC is on a journey with a four-pronged approach. Startling statistic is that 1 in 4 don't talk to disabled people for fear of getting it wrong. Statistics like this have to change. They have to change. It's not acceptable in 2023 that we still have statistics like this. Rhian at S4C said they need to do more and asked the question, is language a barrier? This potentially is something else that we can pick up on discussions after today. So if you're a Welsh speaker, reach out and speak to them. Tell them, I am here, I am able, I am willing, I am capable. So reach out. I think the onus as well is on us to reach out as well as waiting for people to come and contact us. I was really taken by one thing Rhian said. We didn't break the system, but we're always asked to fix it. It's exhausting, isn't it? You know, how can we do better? What can we do? You know, learn, get people in your workforce and stop asking us how to fix your problems. Catching from the Western Mail and Wales Online recognise that while reporters want to accurately represent our society, that's based on lived experience. Training is ongoing. Again, this is where increased representation in the workforce. I know I sound like a stuck record, but it is really important. And then I want to come to a statistic. We've heard lots about statistics today, and Emma from ITV said that 21.6% of staff members are disabled and neurodiverse. That is fantastic. But I was really taken by the pushback on that statistic. The breakdown of the statistic is really, really important. So with a huge rise in women like me, I'm 48 and I was diagnosed with ADHD this year. I've always had ADHD. I just didn't know it. So, and it's like a light bulb went on and it's just like, so that's why I am the way I am and that's why I do this and that's why I can't do that or don't do that. So, you know, what my concern is that I've worked in the media for 30 years. Am I suddenly going to add to statistics? So are women like me going to add to ITV's BBC statistics over next year? Is that going to be 31.6 of the workforce when actually nothing else has changed? It doesn't address any problems. It hasn't found any solutions. So I think we need to be really, really careful when we bandy around statistics. I think the government doing things in terms of legislation, in terms of how we have to accurately as organisations you know, record representation and how that data can be collated, because we don't have proper official data that we can work with. So I think I just want to end by saying that it's really important that we focus on people, not statistics. And we people in this room have got so much to offer, and the broadcasters need to now pick up on that and run with it. And I think today has been a fantastic, fantastic conference. I've been absolutely honoured to be a part of it. And I'm really keen to see what action is taken off the back of today, because there's so much enthusiasm and talent in this room. You know, it can't end here. So, diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much. There's going to be a really short break. There's the AGM starting now at 3 o'clock. So we've got a 10-minute break. And I would just encourage as many of you as possible to stay for the AGM. And also the last thing is, if you haven't done your evaluations in your packs, make sure you do. We cannot action change unless we know what people want to happen. So thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr.
I've been involved with Disability Wales for about 6 years now. 7 years, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, could we start to take our seats, please?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, there's a voting if you haven't already voted. So there we are. There'll be a form somewhere.
In just a few seconds.
As an individual member, they vote, don't they? Yes. No. You don't if you're an individual member. You don't vote if you're an individual member. Okay.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Are we all settled? Right, thank you, everybody. Right, welcome back. I'd like to welcome you all to the 37th Annual Ordinary General Meeting of Disability Wales. Hope everybody thoroughly enjoyed the conference and the chance to network with other members. What a brilliant day it's been, and thank you to all our speakers and also to all our staff for all their hard work today. My name's Willow Holloway and I am the Chair of Disability Wales. It's been delightful to see so many members here today and also those who've been participating from around Wales by joining us online. Brilliant numbers and great turnout. So we won't keep you very long. I'll just explain the voting. Only directors and nominated representatives of full member DPOs are eligible to vote. An electronic voting system has been used to record votes, and all directors and the named representative of full member DPOs should have been sent a link to their email address prior to the AGM. If you haven't already, by clicking on this link, it will enable voting members to cast their votes regarding the various resolutions that our directors will be reading out shortly. We will then share the outcome of all votes at the end of the meeting. If anyone requires assistance with the voting process, please let one of the staff know who are around the room and they will help you. Right, with that, I shall move swiftly on to item 1. So that is over to you, Rhian, for any apologies that we've received.
Thank you, Chair. We've received one apology. That's from one of our board members, Jeanette Papadakis.
Okay.
I don't believe we've had any others.
Okay, is there any apologies from anybody else in the room? Okay. Right, Rhian, could you please read out the notice of the AGM?
Certainly. So this is to confirm that notice was duly given in accordance with the memorandum and articles, that the 37th Annual Ordinary General Meeting of Disability Wales will be held here at Glamorgan Cricket Club on Tuesday the 17th of October, commencing at 3 p.m. And I can confirm that we are quorate.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Okay, so the next thing to do is to confirm the minutes of the 36th AGM, which was held on the 19th of October last year. Is there anybody in the room who is happy to declare that the minutes are a true and accurate record? Okay, proposed by Felix Shee and seconded by Trevor Palmer. Okay, so if anybody has not voted, they can click on the links to cast your vote now. The votings are open. Are there any matters arising from the minutes of the 36th that need to be raised? You're not a voting member, I don't think, Bill.
Oh, an individual.
You're an individual member, aren't you, rather than a DPO member? Okay. Right. Item 4 is our annual report for 2022-23. Rhian, are you happy to present the report?
Again, I am. Thank you, Chair. The full trustees report was circulated with the papers. We are producing a glossier version, and that will be circulated after the AGM. But I am going to go through a couple of the slides that particularly reference our impact and achievements. I don't know if they're going up in the... Oh, right, okay, I'll keep talking. So just to remind everyone, so DW is the National Association of Disabled People's Organisation, striving for the rights and equality of all disabled people. And our core role is to reflect and represent the views of our members, particularly disabled people's organisations, to governments with the aim of informing and influencing policies. We primarily work with Welsh Government and we receive funding from Welsh Government, but we do also seek, where we can, to influence UK Government on policy issues. And some of the key priority areas we've been working on over the last year have been the cost of living crisis, the Disability Rights Task Force, which you heard the Minister for Social Justice talking about, the Welsh Government's commitment, which we as which DW's members have lobbied for over many years, to incorporate the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled People in Welsh law, and also in our role as core participants in the COVID inquiry. And then another key policy area in terms of our role as an umbrella body of disabled people's organisations around the capacity building of DPOs in Wales. So I think, great, so the slides are going up now. So in terms of the impact that we've had, so the cost of living, our campaign around cost of living has been a major issue for the year, and I know in the feedback and responses we've had from members to various things that we've done around this, obviously it is a primary concern for many members. And we've attempted to address, what are quite serious issues in two ways. One of which is providing what information and support we can to members in terms of understanding what their rights are, their entitlements, what provision has been made available to support people around the cost of living crisis. And then the second one is to actually have more of a policy approach to it, which is gathering people's views and experience and then producing a report and, using that as an influencing tool with Welsh Government and other stakeholders. So in terms of the support for members, we produced a dedicated information webpage with a lot of contacts and information on it. We ran 8 online information events on a range of issues, of benefits, warm homes, how to kind of keep, reduce energy costs. We looked at things like hate crime, which has come up about, being safe online. So quite a wide range of issues. Across the 8 events, we had over 133 participants taking part, and a number of those events were run with partner organisations, so we're very grateful to them in terms of working together. In terms of the policy emphasis, we decided to produce a report that would capture people's experiences around the cost of living, how it was affecting people in terms of their day-to-day lives, what the key issues were, and then to formulate recommendations that we could then present to Welsh Government and others. So I'm pleased to say we ran an online survey at the early part of the year, so it was around February, so it was in the depths of winter, when heating and electricity costs, etc., were really biting in. So around 74 people responded to the survey. We also ran 2 focus groups in which 25 people took part. So between the 2 exercises, over 100 people engaged in our information gathering exercise. And we produced a report called Barely Surviving, and the impact of COVID on disabled people, impact of the cost of living on disabled people in Wales. And that was launched in July online. And then we've been undertaking quite a lot of work since to make sure that the messages within the report and the recommendations get out. And you may remember that the Minister for Social Justice mentioned that I presented the report to the Disability Equality Forum, and as a result of that, the Minister is going to circulate it to the Cabinet, and particularly the subcommittee of the Cabinet, which is focused on tackling cost of living issues. And we will be holding an event at the Senedd next month to be able to talk to Senedd members. But the title of the report, Barely Surviving, was actually directly taken from one of the participants who responded to the survey, who talked about how they were, they were literally barely surviving day to day, and some of the difficult decisions that people were having to make in terms of managing the, very limited finances and the very high bills that they were facing. And a couple of the things that really stood out was one of the big things that was being cut for many people's transport. People just literally could not afford to go anywhere, and that was, as well as not being able to meet up with friends and to socialise, that was even things like not being able to go to hospital appointments, for example. So that was a big issue. Another issue that really came out very clearly was around violent epidemic around mental health for many disabled people. People not getting support, and it not being identified that the struggle, the everyday struggles would have that impact. A lot of people talked about how their physical health was worsening as well because of the cold, and how it was affecting their breathing or their pain levels, those kind of things. So we've made, and another issue was around social care charging as well. Some people actually having to, no longer have personal assistance because they couldn't afford the charges. So we've made a number of recommendations and around some things that UK government probably need to do. Providers and benefits issues, although we have made a recommendation about personal independence payment being devolved to Wales, for example. We've also talked about work needing to be done around equipment that many disabled people use, but we're finding us inaffordable, to use. And I think that was one of the big findings was that although both Welsh Government and UK Government had put, made funds available through, energy schemes or whatever, there was very little or no targeted support of the specific needs and issues of disabled people. So that is something we want to see or demand to see addressed going forward. So we'll continue to be promoting the report through every avenue that we can. There's copies of it available online on our website, so do feel free to share it. And I just want to thank members so much for taking part in it. I know it was yet another example of people having to share quite painful experiences, but we do know that it is having, people are talking about the barely surviving, report. So I do thank everybody so much for taking part in it. So that was a big area of impact for the organisation. In another area, we had funding from Welsh Government to do some work with schools around promoting the use of the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled People in the curriculum, because it's now a duty on education providers to promote both the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, but also the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled People in the curriculum, through lessons or activities or whatever. So through the work that was done on this project, we produced various resources, 6 videos, a resource pack. We undertook 9 school visits to the pilot schools involved in the project. We engaged with 147 teachers and 1,290 pupils. And so that's, tremendous. And our colleague, Kat, who did that work, I think went down a storm, with his pupils and teachers alike. And I think that work is so important because it is about the next generation. We've been talking all day about attitudes, stereotypical attitudes towards disabled people, but this is a chance where you go in to people at the formative stage in life and really you know, help them to, you know, see, you know, that difference is just something, you know, whatever, you know. You know, we've been really thrilled with, you know, with the response of it. For example, one school did as you know, as also the work we did at their school, went and did a survey of their local town centre and put a petition into the Senedd about accessibility. So yeah, you know, good on them. Then other things, obviously our social media is a big platform for us in terms of how we convey our messages and get information out there. So that's sort of, despite some of the challenges around like Twitter to X and what's been going on there, again, you know, we've you know, had a good year on our online platforms. So on our website, we had nearly 200,000 website visitors. We had over 65,000 unique visitors. In terms of our social media platforms, we've now got 5,500 followers on Facebook. I think it's now 15,000 people following us on Twitter. Then Instagram is about under 700, so we're building that one. YouTube, which we're broadcasting on as we speak at the moment, is 205, so do subscribe to our YouTube page. So in total, that we had over 1,300 new social media followers and over 500,000 impressions for our various posts. And we also produced 12 issues of DW News, which reach over 600 subscribers. And I know we do get very good feedback for our e-news. Some people do find it, you know, very, very useful. So going back a year to our conference last year when we celebrated our 50th anniversary, the first time since lockdown we'd held an in-person event, although we also live streamed it as well. So we had 50 in-person participants, 20 online participants, 400 people watched the YouTube live stream, and we did then little chunks of some of the speeches, and of course we had the First Minister speaking as it was our 50th anniversary last year, and the clip of him committing, you know, or recommitting Welsh Government to the social model of disability had over 1,500 views. So you know, it's there on print or on film for posterity. So then we come to achievements. So I mentioned the COVID inquiry, which is ongoing at the moment. So as you can imagine, it's a very complex inquiry, and it's been split into various modules. We've got what's called core participant status in Module 2, which is government decision-making, so that's UK government and Welsh government, and also now Module 4, which is about vaccination policy and therapeutics. And what that means is we get a chance to access, you've probably seen in the media about like Boris Johnson's WhatsApp messages and, you know, Dominic Cummings' diary and that sort of thing. But as core participants, we get a chance to access that material. We get legal representation and support with putting questions to, you know, to the witnesses, as well as being able to, you know, provide evidence ourselves. So it's the first time we've ever been involved in a public inquiry. It's very intensive, but we're using the opportunity to really highlight issues like the high death rate of disabled people, for example, again, the lack of designated support, but also just how disabled people's rights regressed and how far short it fell of the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled People, which the UK government and Welsh government you know, ratified. And then we had a few awards. So we retained our Investors in People Award, which is about how we engage with the people of the organisation, so that's the staff and directors. So we've held that award now since 2005, so it's been renewed for a further 3 years. We got very positive comments from our assessor, you know, about our commitment to our values, which was evident across everyone involved in the organisation, and the way in which we engage people, you know, and encourage and support, you know, contributions to the development of the organisation. And then we also won or were shortlisted for some other awards. So the Wales Online Diversity and Inclusion Award. We're a partner in the programme Equal Power, Equal Voice, which is about mentoring for people with different protected characteristics and different communities to access public life. So along with our colleagues at Women's Equality Network Wales, East and Stonewall, we were awarded the Peer Network Award. So thank you very much for that. It's really good to get that recognition. And then in the WCVA's Welsh Charity Awards, we were shortlisted in the Digital Pioneer category for the work we did around supporting young disabled people to vote in the last year's local government elections. Despite obviously the challenges, of continuing to, working on a hybrid model, we've adapted to that work, and we're now really pushing the boat on hybrid working through things like our conferences today. We've also now moved from our offices in Caerphilly, and we're now at the Spark building, which is part of Cardiff University. It offers great opportunities for collaborations with university research teams, with other organisations based there, and as well as enabling us to access a range of facilities to run hybrid meetings, etc. I think that's been a positive move for us. So I'd like to put the annual report forward to you and thank with all my heart the Board of Directors for their sterling work throughout the year, and also all my colleagues at DW whose passion and commitment every day is outstanding, and without whom we wouldn't be able to have this impact or have these achievements. So thank you all very much. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Rhian. Is there any comments or questions from the floor?
Need the microphone, Bill.
Yeah, when you said about the reports, there was one that was in combination with the Health Board. A minister who lives in Cardiff, his name's Edward Ellery. I think he's a bishop. He was one of the interviewers for that. Is that a report that you're following through, or is it mainly going through to the learning disability side?
That's not one we're directly involved with, no. Is that, I don't know whether learning disability, or was People First perhaps involved, more directly involved with that? I don't know. It's not one we're directly, it's not one that we've kind of produced. No problem.
Okay, in that case, if there's no other comments and questions, could I ask Anne to put Resolution 1 to the meeting, please?
Yeah, sure. Resolution 1 is that the annual report of the Board of Directors for the year ended 31st of March 2023 is accepted as received.
Okay, could I call for a seconder?
Yeah. Will somebody second that, please?
Okay, Trevor. Thank you. Okay, so if you haven't voted already, could you please vote on Resolution 1 now? And whilst you're doing that, I'd just like to thank the board and all our staff for their hard work and commitment this year. It has been another challenging year. There's a lot of worries for disabled people, but all of our staff and our board are very committed to ensuring that the rights of disabled people continue to be recognised. So also with that, could I now pass over to Kelvin, our treasurer, to consider the audited accounts from 2022-23, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, it gives me great pleasure to present the annual financial reports to the members and partners of our organisation. As you all know, we've seen a lot of changes again in our society over the financial year 2022-2023. And of course, with the issues of brain's gone. With the issues around cost of living, we've all suffered quite substantial difficulties. We did manage to obtain some income streams, but they were very short-term over cost of living to support our costs, but unfortunately they are, as I said, short-term. And so we're still going to have to fight for core costs within our organisation. We do have some core costs committed through the Welsh Government for the next few years, but we do have to diversify the way that we generate our income, and we have, during the year, secured ways of doing that through training and consultancy, and this is an area of work that we'd like to see expand over this financial year. During the year, we've reviewed and undergone a complete checking of our financial procedures and robustly reviewed the systems and compliance during the year. And for that, I'd like to really thank our finance team and the Chief Exec for working with us through that, so that we may continue to operate to the highest standards to deliver our aims and objectives for our members. If you do have any comments or thoughts that you'd like to mention on the accounts, I can refer you to our financial officer, who would be able to answer any of your queries. Any questions, comments? Yes?
How much? Oh, microphone.
Sorry. Hi. How much is your grant in aid from Welsh Government?
Annually, it's 150,000 a year, but that doesn't fully cover our core costs.
And are they pushing you for the diversification, or is it a decision the board has taken themselves?
Pushing for?
Diversification of your income?
It's something to financially manage ourselves. We are looking to do that as a way of reducing our grant dependency. But obviously, if the Welsh Government are reducing or not expanding our costs, yeah, we are sort of having to go down that loop.
And a follow-up question, is the board looking for expertise around diversification, or have you got the skills within the organisation?
We're always looking for members and new directors with those skills. We do have within us a number of business and entrepreneurial skills in developing income streams. But as I said, if people are interested in participating and getting involved, obviously we've gone through a process now for our directors. It would have to be for next year. But we do have within our group expertise in income generation.
Okay, thank you.
Rhian?
Yeah, it's a good question, Damien. I suppose the other thing to mention, and I perhaps could have mentioned it on my report, was we did get, last year we got funding from WCVA, the Third Sector Resilience Funding, and we were able to use that to bring in some expertise around how we develop our training and consultancy side of our work. I mean, obviously it's a big challenge, it's a very competitive market, and it's, we're striking the balance between delivering the core aims of the organisation, but then also, doing like training consultancy work. But we have got a plan in place to kind of help us take that forward, and there's various things that we've been doing to sort of make it happen in terms of produce data. For example, like we've got a new, is it CRM? If people know, yeah, CRM. I have the thumbs up from Leandra. Things like that. Looking at accreditations, blah, blah, blah. So, but yes, all expertise always welcome, because it's a competitive market, and I think, I don't know, don't bring it down, but we've seen what happened to Quarateg. That was quite a big shock for the sector, and that's an organisation, you know, that had done a lot to develop its training consultancy work, but, you know, it's hard out there at the moment. So, yeah, thank you.
So I'd like to, if it's possible, please, to ask about whether we can have the audited accounts for the year ended 31st of March 2023 are accepted and received as Resolution 2. Do I have anyone to propose that? Felix, and seconded. Trevor, thank you.
That moves us on to item 6, which is to ratify the election of members to the Board of Directors. So I'll hand over to Rhian to explain the ballot procedures when she's put her password in.
Sorry, I relaxed for a moment. So we never relax in an AGM. Sorry about that. Yes, so so we put out earlier in the summer. We put out circulated nomination papers to our full member disabled people's organisations to make nominations to the board of directors. So we had the situation where, because of there's like a 3-year rotation, two members of the current board needed to step down but could be re-nominated to serve up to another 3 years. But then also it's open to any new nominations, you know, if somebody who's not currently on the board to also put their name forward or have their name put forward. So the nomination papers went out. We received 3 nominations. However, there wasn't a requirement to hold a ballot because there wasn't a competition for any of the particular places. You know, so we had more places than on the board than nominations. So there's no need for a ballot. So in that case, and if I just get the resolution, this is one where I have to take a deep breath to read it because it's a very long sentence. So the two returning members are Trevor and Debbie, and then one new board member, Tracy Blockwell from Torvine Access Forum. So the resolution is that the election of Tracy Blockwell, Trevor Palmer and Debbie Schaffer be endorsed as members of the Board of Directors to hold office until the conclusion of the 2027 Annual Ordinary General Meeting, or until such time they are required to resign as a result of any lottery held under the terms of standing orders to ensure rotation of board membership or reach the maximum length of continuous service permitted within the DW Memorandum and Articles.
And breathe.
If you haven't already voted, this is your opportunity to vote on that nomination. That resolution. Yeah.
Okay. Whilst we're doing that, I'd like to welcome both Debbie and Trevor back to the board, and a very warm welcome to the new board member, Tracy Blockwell. We also have the outcome of an appointed director recruitment. Disability Wales's board has the power to appoint directors to fill specific knowledge and skills gaps to support the governance of Disability Wales. And these directors are appointed following a competitive recruitment exercise. Following a recruitment process over the summer, this is to inform the AGM of the following appointments. Kelvin Jones has been reappointed for a final 3-year term, having served 6 years on the board, including a year as treasurer. And Dr. Amy Grant has been appointed for an initial 3-year term. Congratulations to Kelvin on his reappointment, and many thanks for his commitment and dedication in the role of treasurer, especially at this challenging time. And congratulations and a very warm welcome to Amy, and we look forward to working with them. So that takes us on to item 7, which is to appoint our auditors. So I invite Kelvin to put resolution 4 to the meeting.
Thank you very much. That Chartered Accountants be appointed as auditors to hold office until the conclusion of the next annual general meeting and that the board be authorised to fix their remuneration.
Thank you. The members eligible to vote should do so now if they haven't already. We'll just give it a couple of minutes. I believe Sean has the results of the voting. Oh, Leandra has.
That looks like it's news to Leanne.
Brilliant. Dun, 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 dun. Everybody know that all resolutions have passed, and I open. And with that, I open up the floor to any other business.
I've got some any other business.
Okay.
I'm also going to stand by the lecterns so the sound guys, so I don't echo. Okay, yes, so I've got two items of any other business. So obviously we've had a really special day today, hope everyone agrees, in terms of our annual conference. But it's also been a special day for one person in particular, and that's our chair, because it is her birthday today. So I think we should all sing. Anyone like to pitch the... happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Willow. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, harmony.
Yeah.
Harmony. I sing.
Thank you, everybody. Blushing now.
Thank you.
Oh, and flowers. Oh, thank you. Oh, purple ones. Thank you very much, everybody.
It's just a token from on at DW board and staff, and also an appreciation for all you do for us as chair. It's really greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
And yeah, enjoy the rest of your birthday and relax.
And have a brandy when we get back to the hotel.
And yeah, and I've got one other item of business. So again, you know, a huge amount of work has gone into today, and it's always a team effort, but there's one person in particular who has led that team, but not only led on the work of putting together today's conference, but led on so many other important pieces of work that we've done within DW over many years. In fact, 18 years in total, because 18 years ago today, a very young and enthusiastic person joined our organisation as Disability Equality Officer, and that person is Miranda Evans.
You've put me right on the spot now.
So I just want to thank you from all of us for everything you've contributed to DW over 18 years, and hopefully many more to come.
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't expect this. So today's quite an important day for me, actually. It's the 17th of October. It's the day I had a car accident 26 years ago, which led me on a journey of disability rights and working for this organisation. So you had to be disabled to work for this national organisation that I highly respect. So I feel that my car accident was inevitable. It was meant to happen, and it is fate that led me here. So thank you all. I love working for this organisation, and I didn't expect this.
Hey, right, is there any business on the floor? No? Okay, so that's the date of our next AGM is to be confirmed, isn't it? I don't think we've got a date in. So in that case, I will close the AGM. Many, many thanks to all who have contributed to an absolutely excellent conference today, and to all the staff for their successful organisation of the event, and of course to everyone for attending. Please have a safe journey home.
Flowers and